In this video, I will show you how to build this full-stack budget tracker application. Let's take a closer look at the history section, where you can neatly group your transactions by month or year. And I'm excited to show you how to set up this beautifully animated tooltip. Creating transactions is a breeze with our simple form. For each entry, we will choose a category and specify the date, ensuring every transaction is neatly logged and organized. To enhance user experience, we have made category creation flexible. You can manage categories on the dedicated Manage page, or quickly add them on the fly while you're filling the transaction form. On the Transactions page, a comprehensive table presents all the details of each transaction. Any transaction can be removed directly from the Actions column. And the user can easily filter transactions by date, category, and type to quickly find what they are looking for. On the Manage page, users can switch their currency and either create or delete categories as needed. We are going to build this application with Next.js, Prisma ORM. We are going to use SQLite for local development, and at the end of the video I will show you how to deploy this application on Vercel using PostgreSQL. We will use ShardCN UI, React Hook Form, Zod for validation, Tailwind CSS, and also Tanstack query. Let's dive in the project. Now we are going to create our project, so let's go in the terminal and let's type npx create -next-app at latest. Press enter. The project name will be budget-tracker. And now we are going to select all the defaults. So yes for TypeScript, yes for ESLint, yes for Tailwind CSS, no for source directory, yes for app router, no for import alias customization. Perfect, we have created the project. Now we are going to open it with an editor. In my case, it will be VS Code. Now we are going to set up authentication in the project, and for doing that, we are going to use Clerk. We are going to follow this Next.js quick start page in Clerk documentation. Let's start by installing Clerk, so let's copy this back in our terminal and type npm install at clerk/next.js. Press enter. Then we are going to create a new file in our application in the root folder, so let's create it. The file name will be .env.local. Now we need to go on the Clerk dashboard, create a new application and copy the API keys inside our .env.local file. Let's visit dashboard.clerk.com, then sign in or sign up if you don't have an account. Then we are going to create a new application, so click Create Application. Let's give it a name, so Budget Tracker, and we are going to use the default options, so Create Application. Then inside the Developers section, click API Keys. Now you can copy your API keys with this button here, and let's paste those inside our .env.local file. Perfect. Now let's go back to the Clerk documentation, and then we are going to add Clerk provider to our application. So right here, Clerk provider, that you can import from @clerk/next.js, and then let's close the tag. So right here, after HTML, we are going to close it. Now we need to add this middleware file inside our application. So back to our Project Explorer, we are going to create a new file called middleware.ts. Then let's copy the content from the documentation and let's paste it, like that. Now let's move on. We are going to skip the point 5 and the point 6, and we are going to click Create Custom Sign-in and Sign-up Pages. Now we are going to create a custom sign-in and sign-up page that contains our application logo. The first step will be to go back to our Project Explorer. Inside the app folder, we are going to create a new folder. And this folder will be a route group that can be created by wrapping a folder's name in parentheses. So let's do that. So as you can see, I've put parentheses around the name auth. And with this kind of folders, we can just structure our code better because those folders are not affecting the URL path of the pages inside those folders. And so, thanks to route group folders, we can share the layout in pages that are placed inside this folder. And that is what we want. So let's create a new file inside called layout.tsx. And then I'm using the RFCE snippet to create a base component. You can find those snippets in the extension called ES7 React Snippets. Now we are going to define the properties of the layout component. So children of type React node, and you can import it from React. Then we are going to style this div, so right here class name, relative flex h screen w full, flex call items center justify center. Then let's replace the layout word with a div and let's style it, margin top 12, and inside we are going to put the children, like that. Now back to the Project Explorer, inside the Auth folder, we are going to create our sign-in page. So within the Auth folder, we are going to create a new folder called Sign Up. Within the Sign Up folder, we are going to create a new folder. So 2 times open bracket, ... sign up, close bracket, close bracket. Within this folder, let's create a new file called page.tsx. Now back to the Clerk documentation, and we can copy the sign up page code, this one. So let's copy it. Back to our page.tsx, let's paste it. Now we are going to do the same for the sign-in page. So back to the Project Explorer. Inside the Auth folder, we are going to create a new folder, sign in. Inside, we are going to create a new folder, open bracket, sign in, close bracket, close bracket. And within this folder, we are going to create a page.tsx file. Let's copy the code from Clerk documentation. Let's paste it in the file, and that's it. Then the last step will be to copy those environment variables, so let's copy those. Let's go back in our .env.local file, let's paste those, and then we are going to update this Clerk after sign up URL to /wizard. And later on in this video, we are going to implement this wizard page, and in this page, the user will set up his currency. Now we are going to run the application, so let's open the terminal and type yarn dev. Then let's visit localhost 300, and if you have done everything correctly, you will be redirected to the sign-in page. Then we are going to add the application logo to this page. So back to our editor, and then we are going to install Lucide React because we are going to use some icons from this library. So back in the terminal, and let's type npm install Lucide React. Now back to the Project Explorer, and in the root folder, let's create a new folder called components. Within this folder, let's create a new file called logo.tsx. I'm going to create the logo component with the snippet, so rfc. Then we are going to replace this div with an anchor tag. href will be /, so the home page for us. And class name will be flex item center gap2. Inside the anchor tag, we will have a piggy bank component, which is an icon that you can import from Lucide React. Let's style it, so stroke H11 with 11, then we are going to give a color to the stroke, so stroke amber 500, and then stroke dash 1.5 close bracket. Let's close the piggy bank component. Then after this, let's add a paragraph element, let's style it, so bg dash gradient dash 2 dash r, from amber 400 to orange 500, background clip text, text 3XL, font bold, leading height, tracking heighter, text transparent. Then inside the p tag, we are going to write budget tracker, which is the name of our application. Now let's go back to our Project Explorer. Inside the app folder, Auth, let's open the layout.tsx file. And before the div that contains the children, let's add the logo component that you can import from @components logo. Let's save it, and as you can see now, we have our logo on top of the sign-in component. Let's check also the sign-up page. Perfect, that's all for the authentication part. Before moving on with the base layout of the application, we are going to see the end result of our project. So let me change tab, and this is the final application that we are going to build. We will start with the navbar, which will have both a desktop and a mobile version. So let's go back to our application. The first thing that we are going to do is to install shadcn UI. And as you can see, shadcn UI is a component library. So let's go back to our terminal and type npx shadcn-ui at latest init, press enter, select the default style, select the zinc color, and select yes for CSS variable. After getting the success message, we are going to type again npx shadcn-ui at latest, space add. Now we can cherry pick only the components that we are going to use in the project, but for now, for simplicity, I'm gonna select them all. To do that, you have to press A, then press enter. Now we are going to install another library called Next Themes that we will need in order to handle dark and light mode. So back to the terminal and let's type npm install next themes. Now, in order to handle dark and light mode, we are going to wrap our main layout file with a next theme provider. So back to our project explorer. Within the components folder, we are going to create a new folder called providers. Within this folder, let's create a new file called rootproviders.tsx. This will be a client component, so let's type use client. Let's define our root provider, so I'm using the snippet. Let's add the properties children. Let's type this children with React node that you can import from React, as you can see. Then we're going to replace this div with a theme provider component that you can import from Next Themes. Let's add attribute class, then default theme dark, enable system, and the last property, disable transition on change. And inside we are going to render the children. Perfect. Now back to the project explorer. Inside the app folder, this one, we are going to delete the page.tsx file. Make sure to delete this. And then let's go inside the file layout.tsx. Then we are going to change the name of the application, so budget tracker. Let's also change the description, so code with Kliton. Then let's go to the HTML tag. After the lang, we are going to add class name property and let's put dark there. Let's also add the style property that contains color scheme dark. Then we are going to wrap the children with the root providers component that we have created. So I'm gonna use emmet wrap with abbreviation to do that. Root providers, and then I'm going to import it, so add import. Perfect. And as you can see, now we have a dark background color, and that happens because my system preference is set to dark. So let's see if the light theme is working. Perfect. Let's put back that to dark, and later on we will add a theme switcher button. Let's open the project explorer. And inside the app folder, we are going to create a new folder, which will be a route group. Let's call this dashboard, like that. Be sure to wrap that in parentheses. Now, within this new folder, we are going to create a new file called layout.tsx. Let's start that with RFC. Then back to the dashboard folder, let's create also the page.tsx file. I'm defining my component with the snippet. So now let's try to log in our application. Perfect. What we are seeing is layout. So back to our project explorer, let's open the layout file inside the dashboard folder. And that happens because, as you can see, we are returning a layout text. So we are going to add a children property to this component. And this is of type React node. Let's replace the layout text with children inside curly braces. Then we are going to style this screen. So class name, relative flex age screen with full flex call. Then let's replace the layout text with another div that we are going to style with full. And inside we are going to put the children, like that. Perfect. Now let's open back the project explorer and we are going to define our navbar. So back in the components folder, let's create a new file called navbar.tsx. Let's define the navbar. Now back to the layout.tsx file inside dashboard folder, and before the div that renders the children, let's add the navbar component that you can import from components navbar. Perfect. Now let's go back into the navbar component, and the navbar will have a desktop version and also a mobile version. So let's replace this div with a fragment like this. Inside we are going to put desktop navbar. Now we don't have this component yet, so we are going to define that below. So function, and make sure to be outside the function navbar. So function desktop navbar, and inside we are going to return a div, let's style it, hidden, border separate, border bottom, bg background, md block. And as you can see, this is hidden by default and it becomes visible after the medium breakpoint. Then within this div we are going to add a nav, let's style it, container, flex, item center, justify between, padding x8. Within this tag we are going to create another div, let's style it, flex h dash open bracket 80 pixel, close bracket, then min dash h dash open brackets 60 pixel, close bracket, items center, gap x4. Within this div, we are going to add the logo component that you can import from logo. Then after the logo, we are going to add a div, let's style it, so flex h full. And within this div, we need to define our navbar items. So now we have to define the routes of our application. So right here, const items equal, this will be an array of objects, so like this one. The object will have a label, in this case dashboard, and a link which will be slash. Then let's copy this, let's paste it, let's call these transactions, and the link will be slash transactions. Let's copy this, let's make a new line, let's change transactions with manage. This will be our third route in the application. And then let's change the link slash manage. Now we are going to display those items. So back in our desktop navbar component, and then within the inner div, we are going to add items.map. And for each item, we are going to render a navbar item, which is a component that we will create in 1 minute. So let's set a key to this component that will be item.label. Then let's set the link, which is item.link. Let me center the screen. Then label, item.label. And then let's close this component. Now, since the navbar item is a component that will be used only in this file, I'm choosing to collocate it, so I will define it right here and not in the components folder. So function navbar item, so we can define the properties link and label. Let's type those, so link of type string, label of type string. Now we need a way to define which navbar item, so which route is active. What we can do is const path name equal use path name, and you can import that from Next navigation. And then we can define const is active equal path name equals link. So for example, if we are on the dashboard, which is the slash right here, the route with the slash, is active will be true, and based on this we can apply a custom style to our navbar item. So let's do that. We are going to return a div, let's style it, relative flex items center. And as you can see, we have an error because we have to define, to make this navbar, of course, a client component in order to use the use path name hook. Then within this div, we are going to use a link component that you can import from Next link. Let's close this. Inside, we are going to render our label. Then we are going to add a href property that takes link. And now, as you can see, we have our routes here, which are links, as you can see. Then let's style the link, so class name. Inside, we are going to use the cm function that you can import from libutils. And this is a function, let me show that to you. This function is a function that combines Tailwind merge and CLSX. Back to the navbar component, and inside the cm function, we are going to type button variants that you can import from components UI button, which takes up object as an argument. Let's put variant ghost. Now, after this button variants call, so right here, let's put a comma, let's add a new line, and let's put with full justify start, text LG, text muted foreground, and on over text foreground. And then if is active is true, then we are going to apply text foreground. And as you can see, the color text of dashboard is different from the other two because dashboard is the active item. Then the last thing we are going to do is that after the link, so here, if is active is true, then we are going to render a border under the link. So let's render a div, let's style it with absolute, minus bottom 2 pixel, left 1/2, hidden age 2 pixel, width 80%, minus translate x 1/2, rounded XL, background foreground, MD block. So let's save, and as you can see now we have also this border. That's perfect. Now back to our desktop navbar. And before the navbar closing tag, so right here, let's add another div. Let's style it, flex item center gap 2. And within this div, we are going to define a theme switcher button that we are going to define, and also a user button that you can import from Clerk Next.js. And let's set after sign out URL property to sign in. Perfect, let's close this. Now we need to define this component. So back to the Project Explorer, inside components, we are going to define a theme switcher button.tsx. And the code for the component can be found in the ShadCN documentation. So right here in the dark mode, click Next.js, and the fourth point of the page, so this one, add a mod toggle. You can click code, copy this, and paste here. Now let's rename this with theme switcher button. Back to our navbar.tsx file, and let's import this. Now let's go back to our application, and now as you can see we can change theme. And you can also see that we have the user button component, which is exported by Clerk. Perfect. Now we need to define the mobile navbar. As you can see right now we don't have anything. So let's go back here. After the desktop navbar, let's add a mobile navbar. Then let's define the function mobile navbar component after the items array. Then inside we need the state, so const is open, set is open, use state that you can import from React, false. Then we are going to return a div, let's style it, block, border separate, bg background, md hidden. So this will be visible by default, and after the medium breakpoint will be hidden. Then inside we are going to add a nav, let's style it, container flex item center, justify between ex8. Then within the navbar we are going to add a sheet that you can import from components UI sheet. Make sure to not import this from Redux UI because sometimes happens. Open is open, then on open change. So if open changes, we are going to also update the state, so set is open. Then let's close the tag. Inside we are gonna add a sheet trigger that you can import from components UI sheet. Let's put as child true, like this. And then we are going to use a menu burger button. So button that you can import from components UI button, variant ghost, size icon. Let's close this. And inside we are going to use the menu component, which is an icon that you can import from Lucide React. Let's do that. Let's save. And as you can see now we have this thing here. Perfect. Now after the sheet trigger, we have a sheet content component that you can import from components UI sheet. Let's style this with 400 pixels on small breakpoint with 540 pixels. Then we are going to set the side property to left. Let's close the tag, and inside the sheet content we will have the logo. So let's try that. Perfect. Then after the logo we will have a div. Let's style that flex call gap 1 padding top 4. And within the div we are going to render our navbar items. So items.map, and for each item we are going to render navbar item. The key will be item.label. Let me also close this so you can see that better. Then after the key we will have a link property set to item.link, and then the label property that takes item.label. Let's try now. That's perfect. But we haven't finished yet, so back here, let me center the code. After the sheet, we are going to add a new div. Let's style it, flex, h 80 pixels, mean h 60 pixels, item center, gap x4. Within this div, we are going to use the logo component, like that. And after this div, we are going to add another div. Let's style it flex item center, gap 2. Within the div, we will have the theme switcher button and also the user button. Let's set again after sign out URL to sign in with the slash here. Let's close this. Perfect. Let's try now. And as you can see, the space is not enough. So what we can do is create a new version of the logo. So let's go back here in the logo component. Let's copy this. Let's paste. And let's rename this logo mobile. Let's export this. And let's remove the piggy bank icon from it. So back to the navbar. And let's replace this logo with logo mobile that you can import from components logo. And now, as you can see, everything looks nicer. Now, in order to finish the mobile navbar, we need to handle one particular scenario. Let's try to click a navbar item. As you can see, I've clicked this item, but the sidebar has remained opened. So we need to fix this thing. So in order to fix that, we are going to add a property to the navbar item called onClick. And onClick will be a function that calls setIsOpen with the previous, so prev, and then we will negate prev. So if previous, for example, is false, isOpen will be set to true. So back to the navbar item, let's add the onClick to the properties. Then let's type that, so onClick, which will be optional, so like this, and then this is a function that returns void. And then we are going to call this onClick event inside here on the link. So on the onClick event, what we are going to do is we are going to see if onClick, which is the property, is defined, then we are going to call it, so onClick. Now you can argue that this name is confusing, and you will be right. So let's rename this, for example, to click callback. So let's rename it. Let's rename here. This is already good. So let's go back to the sidebar. So let's go back to the mobile navbar. Inside the navbar item, we are going to rename this onClick with click callback. So let's try now if everything works as expected. Let's click this. That's perfect. Now we have to set up our database. So let's check the final result of our application to understand what entities we will need. In this application, we need a transaction entity where we will store our transactions. We need a table for storing user preferences, for example, the currency of the user, and we will also need an entity for the categories. And the last thing that we will need are some APIs or tables in the database for getting back aggregates from the history. That said, let's have a closer look on how we will define our database. Let's begin by looking at the core of our database, the user entity. The user is identified by a unique ID, which is the primary key. And notice that the user is persisted by clerk, so we don't have to create this table on our database. Connected to our user is the user settings entity. It stores preferences for each user, such as the currency. For example, if you want to make this application multi-language, you can add a language field to the user settings entity. The user settings entity is linked to the user by the user ID field, which we can obtain from clerk via the getCurrentUser API, and we will see this later on. Next, we have the category entity. It's where we categorize transactions. Each category has a created at timestamp, a name, an icon, and a type. You can notice that we are saving the name and the icon into different columns, and that is done because sometimes we need only the icon and not the name. The category is linked to the user through the user ID, which means that categories are user-specific. To enhance data integrity, we will enforce a unique constraint on the combination of the fields name, user ID, and type. This measure will prevent users from creating duplicate categories with the same name under the same type. For example, as a user, you cannot create the income category named salary more than once. This prevents confusion when selecting a category during transaction creation. Then let's talk about the key entity in our database, the transaction entity. This is where we record the details of each transaction, including created debt, updated debt, the amount, the description field, and the date of the transaction itself. Each transaction is related to a user through the user ID. You may also notice that we don't have a relation between category and transaction. I've made this choice because persisting the category into a transaction allows us to delete the category without being worried about cascade operations. So if categories are updated or removed, the historical transactions are not affected. The last thing that we have to cover is how we will aggregate historical data in our database. And we need the historical data in order to populate the history section of our dashboard. And there are mainly two options on how we can do that. The first option is to calculate historical aggregates based on transactions table. What I mean with that is that, for example, we can create a getMonthAggregate API that is going to run a query on our transaction table and returns the data grouped by the month. The pros of this approach is that this is easier to implement because it's just a query. The cons are that if there is a large volume of data, it could potentially slow down performance and place a heavy burden on the database resources. And based on the nature of the application, potentially you can have a lot of users that through the years stores a lot of transactions. So in my opinion, this approach is not the best. Let's see a second option, and that will be the option that we will use for this project. The second option will be to handle historical data using aggregate tables. So in our application, we will have two aggregates tables, the month history and the year history. And what happens is that when a new transaction is created or deleted, we are going to update the aggregates. The pros of this approach is that there is no overhead on the database, even with a huge amount of data. The cons is that we need to implement aggregate tables and keep them updated. So let's go back to our entities, and you can see that in our entities map, we have also the month history entity that has the user ID, the day, the month, and the year. So basically what happens is that when a transaction is created, we extract the day, the month, and the year from the transaction, and also the amount, and we are going to update this month history. We are going to do the same for the year history. Let me also discuss one last thing. You can argue that we don't need the year history because we can obtain year aggregates based on the month history table, because we can group for the year and that's it. And that is true. But I prefer to maintain a different table for the year history aggregates because that will reduce the impact on the database usage. In this application, we are going to use Prisma, which is a next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. So let's install it back to our terminal and let's type npm install prisma --save-dev. After that, let's type npm install @prisma/client. Perfect, then we are going to init Prisma, so let's type in the terminal npx prisma init, press enter. And now, if you go in the Project Explorer, you will find a new folder called Prisma that contains a file called schema.prisma. Let's open it. And as you can see, the data source is set to PostgreSQL. Now, in order to make this tutorial more accessible, we are not going to use PostgreSQL, but we are going to use SQLite for a better local development. And you don't need to worry because our code will be compatible with Postgres. So, at the end of the video, we are going to deploy this application with Vercel and PostgreSQL. But during the tutorial, we are going to use SQLite. So let's change this to SQLite, like that. Let's also change the URL. So let's type file:/dev.db. Perfect. Now we are going to create our relations. And let's start defining our table. So model user settings. We have the user ID of type string, which is the ID of the table. And then we have the currency, which is a string. Let's define the category, so model category. We will have the created@field of type date time with a default value of now. Perfect, then let's add the name of type string, the field user ID of type string, the field icon of type string, and lastly the type, which is a string, and we can also add a default value to this to be income, like that. Then we are going to add this unique constraint to our table, so @unique, and the unique constraint will be on the field name, user ID, and type, like that. Perfect. Now let's move to the transaction table. So like that, model transaction. Let me center the code. So we will have the ID, which is a string. Let's say that this is the ID of the table. And let's add a default value, which will be a UID. And by doing this, the ID will be generated by Prisma for us. Then let's add the field created at date time with a default value of now. Same thing for updated at field, which is a date time, default value now. Perfect. Then we have the amount, which is a float, the description, which is a string, the date, which is a date time, but in fact we are not going to handle time zones, so we will persist every date as a UTC date, and by doing that we don't need to worry about time zones, because having time zones in the code and also aggregates can be really tricky, and I will explain that later on. But don't worry, we have a solution for that, so let's move on. Then we have the user ID of type string, the type of the transaction, which is string. Let's also add a default value, but we can also skip that. Then we have the category, which is historicized in the transaction, so string, and also category icon, which is a string. That's perfect. Now let's move to our aggregates table. Let's start by the month history table, so model month history. We have the user ID, which is a string. Then we have the day, which is an int, month int, year int. We have an income float and also expense float. Now we need an ID for this table, and our ID, so let's mark that with this notation. Let me also center the code so you can see better. The ID of this table will be a multi-field ID, so the ID will be composed by the day, the month, the year, and the user ID. Thanks to this, we are going to prevent inserting 2 times the same day of the same month of the same year in the user's history. Then we can copy this. Let's paste it. Let's rename this year history. That will be very similar to that. We are just going to remove the day, so from here and also from the ID. That's it. Now back to our terminal, and let's run npx prisma migrate dev. We are prompt for a name for the migration, so let's put that, for example, init schema. Perfect. Now we can see if our database is okay by typing npx prisma studio, and this will start a new server on this port, and this is a client, so you can go inside, create new rows, etc, etc. You can add the rows, delete those, update those, etc. And of course, right now there are no rows in the table because we haven't inserted anything yet. So everything is working. Now the last step will be to create a Prisma client in our code base. And we are going to do that following the Prisma documentation that has this page called Best Practice for Instantiating Prisma Client with Next.js. And let me tell you quickly that this page is suggesting to use a singleton pattern. So we are going to create a file in the lib folder. Let's call it prisma.ts. And inside we are going to copy this file here. So let's copy this, let's paste it. Let me zoom out so you can see that. And this is the code of the Prisma client. And after this, we are done with the database setup. If you remember, in the .env.local file, we did set this public clerk after sign up URL to /wizard. Let me show you now this wizard page. And this is the wizard page that we are going to build. This page is related to the user settings table that we have created with Prisma. So for example, we can update the currency and then we can go to the dashboard. So now we are going to create this page. Let's open the Project Explorer. Inside the app folder, we are going to create a new folder called wizard. Within it, we are going to define 2 files. The first one will be layout.tsx and the second one will be page.tsx. Now let's move back to the layout.tsx file. Let's define the layout component. Let's add the children property, so children. And let's type this as always with children of type React node that you can import from React. Perfect. Then we are going to style the div, so class name, relative, flex, age screen, w full, flex call, item center, justify center, like that. And then let's replace the layout text with the children property, like that. Now back to the Project Explorer. Inside the wizard folder, we are going to open the page.tsx file. So let's define the page. This page will be a server component, so let's mark the function page with async because we are going to read the user from clerk. So let's do that. Const user equal await current user, and you can import this from clerk Next.js. Then if the user is not defined, we are going to redirect. So let's import this from next navigation to the sign in page like that. Perfect. Now let's replace this div with another div. We are going to style this, so container, flex, max width to XL, flex call, item center, justify between, gap 4. Within this div, we are going to use a h1 tag. Let's style it with text center, text 3XL. Within the heading, we are going to put welcome text. Then a span, let's style this with margin left 2. Font bold, and inside this span we are going to display the user first name, so user.firstname. And then I will add an emoji, and if you have a Mac you can do command space control to open this emoji picker. Now let's save, then let's change the URL to match the wizard page, so like this. Then after the h1 let's add a h2, let's style this. Margin top 4, text center, text base, text muted, foreground, like that. Inside we are going to write let and apos semicolon s get started by setting up your currency, like that. Let's save. Perfect. After the h2 we are going to add also an h3, so h3, margin top 2, text center, text SM, text muted, foreground, like that. Inside we are going to write, you can change these settings at any time. Let's remove the dot. Perfect. I forgot here to put an exclamation point after the user first name. Then after the h3 we are going to add a separator component that you can import from components UI separator, like this. Then we are going to remove the gap between those headings. So we are going to wrap the headings in a div, like this. Let's take this and put here. So now this div is wrapping our headings, and as you can see now the text is looking better. Then after the separator we are going to use a card component that you can import from components UI card. Let's style this, so class name W full to make that full width. Inside we are going to use card header component that you can import from components UI card. Within the card header we are going to use the card title component that you can import from components UI card. And within it we are going to write currency. After the card title we are going to use a card description component that you can import from components UI card. And inside we are going to write set your default currency for transactions. Then after the card header we are going to use a card content component that you can import from components UI card. And before implementing the card content, let's finish the page. So after the card we will have another separator. Then we will have a button that you can import from components UI button. Class name W full, which stands for full width. Then let's also add another property. And inside the button we are going to use a link component that you can import from next link. href will be the dashboard, so slash. And then let's write this text inside, like that. Then after the button we are going to add another div, so let's create that and let's style that, margin top 8. And within the div we are going to use the logo component that you can import from components logo, like that. Then let's go inside the card content component and let's put a currency combo box component. Now we need to define that, so let's open the Project Explorer. Let's open the components folder, and within it we are going to create currency combo box.tsx. Now for the content of this file we're gonna start from shadcn UI combo box component. And what we are going to do is to search for responsive, then click code and let's copy this. Then back to our editor and let's paste this. Perfect. Then let's go on the top, let's find combo box responsive and let's rename this with the currency combo box, like that. Then let's open the wizard page, so inside here the page.tsx file, and let's import currency combo box from components currency combo box. Now let's close the shadcn documentation. Back to our page, And as you can see, we have a new error because the currency combo box, so let's go back here, is importing this use media query hook from the use media query file that we don't have, so we are going to define that. So let's go back to the project explorer, and in the root folder, we are going to create a new folder called hooks. Within it, we are going to create the file use-media-query.ts, and this is the code that you have to copy. For reference, you can find this file in the shadcn UI repository, so use media query, and this is the file that you want. Remember that this file here can change over time, so while watching this tutorial, make sure to have exactly this code. Now let's go back to the currency combo box, and now the error should be gone. If it is not, you can just reload the editor like that. So let's go back to our application. And now, as you can see, the combo box is visible. Now we are trying if it is responsive, so let's do that. Let's try, and as you can see, it is responsive. Now we are going to define the currencies that we will handle in the application, so back to the Project Explorer. And then in the lib folder, we are going to create a new file called currencies.ts. In this file, we are going to export const currencies, which will be an array of objects. The first object will have value USD. Then we need a label that will be shown in the combo box, and we are going to write the dollar symbol and also the dollar text, like that. And then we will have a locale property, and we need the locale property because we need to set that in our formatter. So in this case will be NUS, like that. Let me also paste other currencies. So as you can see, we have euro, yen, and also pound. Then we are going to export type currency equal type of currencies at 0, like that. Let's check the type. It is an object with value, label, and locale. Perfect. And just one thing, if you are adding new currencies to the application, make sure that the locale is supported by the intl number format API, because we are going to use this API in the project later on. So make sure to use correct locales. Now let's go back to the currency combo box. We are going to update the shadcn combo box that we have copied earlier in order to make it a currency combo box. So we are going to delete the type status, we don't need that. Also the array statuses, we don't need this. Let's remove that. Then we are going to rename this selected status to a more generic name. So let's select it, rename symbol, selected option. Then we are going to update also the setter, so rename symbol, set selected option. Now we don't have this status type anymore, so we can remove this and put currency instead, and you can import this type from lib currencies. Perfect, now let's scroll down. Let's rename the status list component, so this one, to option list. Then again we are going to rename this to set selected option. Also here. Then we are going to replace this status with currency. So basically what we are doing is that we are changing the status type with currency type because we are going to use the currencies array that we have defined earlier. Then we are going to change this text to be filter currency, like that. Now we are going to update the options that we will see in our combo box. So we are going to replace statuses with currencies that you can import from lib currencies, like that. This will become a currency of type currency. And now, as you can see, we have this status here that we need to change with currency. So 1 and 2, like that. Perfect. Then we have to update this set selected status with set selected option, like that. Then we are going to update statuses with currencies, like that. Perfect. And then let's rename this status with currency. Then let's scroll up. So in the option list inside the drawer content, we are going to rename also this set selected status. So set selected option, like that. Let's scroll up again, and then we are going to update also the option list inside the popover content with set selected option, like that. And let's try now. As you can see, now we can see our currencies. Perfect. Now let's go back to the top until you find this button inside the popover trigger, and we are going to make this full width. So let's change this with full, like that. Then we are going to change this text right here, so that set status text with the set currency. And this is working for the desktop version. Let's see now the responsive version. And as you can see, we have to update also that. So Let's scroll down until you find the drawer. Let's make this width full, like this. And let's replace this text with set currency. Perfect. Now pay attention to this. At the current moment, the moment I'm recording this video, there is a bug with the combo box in the shadcn UI repository. So if you encounter this bug, you need to apply the fix that I'm about to show you, otherwise you can skip the fix application. So how do you know if you have the bugged version? That is pretty simple. You can just open the combo box, and if you are unable to select anything in the combo box because the items are disabled, then you need to apply the fix, which is pretty simple. For reference, this is the issue I'm talking about, and the fix that we need to apply is pretty simple. So we have to go in the command item and replace data disabled with data disabled true. So let's open the Project Explorer. Inside the UI folder, let's search for the command.tsx file. Then we need to search for the command item definition, this one, right here, const command item. And then we need to update data disabled with data disabled and then equals true, like that. And we have to do that also for this one. So like this, let's go there, equal true, like that. Perfect. So let's try. And as you can see now, the items are enabled. Perfect. Now in this currency combo box, we are going to select the user currency, which is persisted in the user settings table. So we have to create an HTTP API that returns the user settings, and we are going to call that API with the fetch library. Now, in order to add loading state, cache, etc. to our API calls, we are going to use Tanstack query, previously known as React query. And before moving on with the React query setup, let me explain how we will handle APIs in this project. Let's start by the read operation. All the read operation in the application will be implemented through HTTP APIs, and we are going to do that with Next.js API routes. For the validation, we are going to use ZOD. If this API call is related to a form on the client side, we are going to share the ZOD schema between the server and the client and use the same schema also for the form validation. By doing that, we can use the same schema for validating both server side and client side. On the client-side library, for the read operations, we are going to use the fetch library wrapped by React query library. For mutation operations like create, update, and delete, we are going to use a server action. We are going to validate the server action calls with a ZOD schema. We will be using the use mutation hook from React query to perform server actions on the client side. Now we are going to install this, so let's open the terminal. Let's type npm install at tanstack/react-query. Press enter. Then we are going to install the React Query DevTools, and I'm going to give you a quick preview of what those tools can do. This icon here opens the DevTools, and with these tools, for example, you can check the response of the APIs, you can refetch those, you can invalidate, trigger loading like that, and as you can see, we can see the skeleton right now. I can restore loading and so on. So let's go and install them. Back in the terminal and type npm install at tanstack/react-query-devtools --save-dev. And by doing this, we are going to install the library as a development dependency. So let's press enter. Now we need to wrap our application with the React Query provider. So let's open back the Project Explorer, and in the components folder inside providers, we are going to open the root providers.tsx file. Then before the return statement, we are going to define the query client like this. So const query client, React use state, and inside you have this arrow function that is going to return a new client. Then we are going to import the query client, so import query client from Tanstack React query, like that. Perfect. Then we are going to wrap the theme provider with a query client provider. So let's do that. Query client provider that you can import from Tanstack React query. We are going to pass the client to it, so like that, query client, and this is the client that we have defined earlier. And then we are going to wrap the theme provider with this client provider. Perfect. If you want to use the DevTools, you have to add those. So after the theme provider, you have to use this React Query DevTools component with the property initial is open set to false. So let's go back here, let's paste this, and now you can just import React Query DevTools from TenStack React Query DevTools. And now, as you can see, we can use the DevTools. Perfect. Now we need to create a REST API that is going to return the user settings. So back to the Project Explorer. Inside the app folder, let's create a new folder called API. Within it, we are going to create a new folder called user settings, like that. And inside this folder, we are going to create a new file called root.ts. Then in this file, we are going to export async function get that takes a request of type request, like that. Then the first thing that we need to get is the user ID. So we are going to get the user with clerk. So const user equal await current user, like that. And you can import current user from clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect, and you can import a redirect from Next navigation to the sign-in page, so like this. Then we are going to query the database and get the user settings. So const user settings equal await Prisma that you can import from lib Prisma dot user settings dot find unique, like this. Then we are going to filter the user settings table based on the user ID. So user, so where, which is an object, and inside we are going to put user ID that will take user.id, like that. Perfect. Now we need to handle a particular scenario. So the first time that the user visits the wizard page, probably it doesn't have user settings saved on the database. So what we need to do in this case, if there are no user settings, we are going to create those user settings. So user settings equal await.prisma user settings.create. Inside the create we will have data. Inside data we will have currency, and we are going to use the dollar as a default currency for each user. Then we also need the user ID, so user.id, like that. Then, as you can see, we cannot assign to user settings because it is a const. So let's change const with let, like that. And after this if, we are going to return a response.json, and we are going to pass the user settings, like that. Now I'm going to add another thing, and then I will explain to you why I'm doing that. Here we are going also to do revalidate path that you can import from Next cache. And we are going to revalidate our dashboard. And we need this because later on in the home page we will use the user currency. So revalidate the home page that uses the currency. That's it. That uses the user currency. Perfect. Now we need to call this API inside our currency combo box. So let's go back to the currency combo box component. And after the state declaration, we are going to define const user settings. And now we are going to wrap our fetch API call with React Query. And that will handle for us the loading state, retries, etc., caching, and so on. So we are going to use the use query hook that you can import from TenStack React Query. Then we are going to pass an object in it, and we are going to define the query key. And the query key will be an array with user settings. And the query key, as the name says, is the key for your query. So it will be used for caching or query invalidation, etc. Then we are going to define the function that we are going to call. So query function, like that. And this will be an arrow function, then returns a fetch call. So we are going to use the fetch library. The API URL will be /API/user settings. And this is the API that we have defined here in the app folder, API folder, user settings. Then we are going to read the response if there is one, and we are going to convert this to JSON, like that. Now we are going to test this API. So let's open the DevTools. As you can see our query, and this is the query key that we have chosen. So for example, user settings. Now let's inspect the query, and as you can see, we have no data inside it, but we can do refetch. And if we refetch it, we have the user ID inside and the currency. That's perfect. So we are going to log the user settings to analyze it. So console.log. I'm gonna add something like this, user settings. So let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we have user settings, which is an object that contains data, and inside data we have our currency and our user ID, and this is the response of the REST API. Then you have is error, so is a boolean that says if there is an error or not. And then we have, for example, is fetching, which is a thing that we will use a lot, because when is fetching is true, we're going to show something like a spinner or a skeleton component, while is fetching is set to true. So let's do that right now. And since we are going to use the skeleton component a lot in this application, we are going to define a skeleton wrapper. And before doing that, let's delete the logo. We don't need that. Now back in the Project Explorer. Inside the components folder, we are going to create a skeleton wrapper.tsx file. Then let's define our component. Then we are going to add the properties to this component. So children is loading and also full width with a default value of true. Let's type our properties. So right here, children is of type React node that you can import it from React. Is loading is of type boolean, and full width is optional of type boolean. Then inside the function, if is not loading, so if is loading is false, like that, we are going to return the children. Then we are going to use the skeleton component of chassis and UI. So we are going to return a skeleton that you can import from components UI skeleton. Let's set class name. We are going to use the CM function inside, so like this. If full width is true, we are going to apply the class name full width, like that, so W full. Then within the skeleton, we are going to define a div, like this, and this div will have opacity 0. Within the div, we are going to render the children. And I have an extra curly brace, so let's delete that, perfect. Then let's go back to the currency combo box.tsx file. Now we are going to wrap the desktop version of the combo box, so this one with a skeleton wrapper that you can import from components skeleton wrapper. And the isLoading property will take user settings.isFetching, like that. Now let's close the skeleton wrapper and let's wrap the popover with it. Perfect. Now let's open the React Query DevTools. Let's make those smaller, like that. Let's click our query and let's trigger the loading state. And what happens when I trigger the loading state is that isFetching will be set to true. So let's try that. And as you can see now, the skeleton wrapper is showing the skeleton. Now back to the skeleton wrapper so you will understand better what is happening. And let's change opacity from 0 to 10, which means 10%. And as you can see now, I still have the skeleton wrapper, but you can see that the children is there. And that's why the skeleton has the same size of its children. So let's put back opacity to 0, like that. Back to the currency combo box component. Let's restore the loading state. Perfect. Then we need to wrap also the mobile version of the currency combo box. So let's scroll down until you find the drawer. Then we are going to wrap this with the skeleton wrapper. So like that and like this. Perfect. So let's try that on mobile. Let's refresh the page. I can see the skeleton. Perfect. Now we are going to type the user settings data, because right now, if you do user settings dot data, you will see that the data is of type any, and we don't want that. So what we are going to do is we are going to define the type here, user settings, and you can import this type from Prisma, because Prisma has created all the types for us. So now, if you do user settings dot data dot, you will see that we have the currency and the user ID. Perfect. Then we are going to select the currency in the currencies options that is saved in the user settings. So we are going to use the use effect hook that you can import from React, or you can do like this, react.useEffect, if you don't want to import it. And inside we will have a function and a dependency array, like that. In the dependency array we will have user settings.data, like that. So if user settings is undefined, like this, we are going to return. Otherwise, we are going to define const user currency equal. And we are going to find the user currency in the currencies array. So currencies.find currency, and we are going to return currency.value equals user settings.data.currency, like this. And if the user currency is defined like that, we are going to set selected option to user currency. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we have selected $. Perfect. The next thing that we have to do is to update the user currency in the database when a user currency is selected in the combo box. So now we are going to define the update user currency server action. So let's open the Project Explorer, let's open the wizard folder. Within it we are going to create a new folder called _actions. Within this folder we are going to create a new file called user_settings.ts. Then we are going to use server, because when you create server actions you need to mark the file with use server at the top. Then we are going to define export async function, update user currency, like that takes a currency which is a string. Now, since server actions and REST APIs can be called by the user with any kind of data, we need a way to validate that API call. And we are going to use a validation library called Zod. And notice that you already have Zod in your application. You can check the package.json file for that. And as you can see, there is Zod there, because the ShadCN-UI library is using Zod in combination with React hook form for form validations. So the first thing that we need to do in order to use Zod for validation is to create a Zod schema. So back to the Project Explorer. In the root folder, we are going to create a schema folder, and within this folder, we are going to save all the schemas that we are going to use in the application. So let's start by creating within it a user settings.ts file. Then we are going to import z like this from Zod. Export const update user currency schema like that equals z.object. And this object will have a currency property, and we are going to validate this currency property with a custom check. So z, which stands for Zod.custom, like that. We are going to take the value const found equal currencies that you can import from lib currencies dot sum, and then we are going to search the currency with the same value. So c.value equals value, like that. Then if we can't find the currency, we are going to throw an error. So if found is false, throw new error, invalid currency, and then we are going to interpolate the value like that. And then after the if, we are going to return the value. Now we can use the schema, so back to the Project Explorer, app folder, wizard, actions, user settings.ts. Now we can use Zod to validate this currency. So const parsed body equal update used currency schema that you can import from schema user settings dot save parse, and then we are going to pass an object with the currency like that. Then we are going to throw an error if the validation fails. So if exclamation point parsed body dot success. In this case we are going to throw parsed body dot error like that. Now we can define our API code. So const user equal await current user that you can import from Clerk Next.js. We need the user ID of who is calling the API. So if the user is not defined, we are not logged in, so we can't call this API, and we are going to redirect to the sign in page like that. Import redirect from next navigation. Then we are going to update the user settings, and we are going to return the new ones. So const user settings equal await Prisma that you can import from lib Prisma dot user settings, the name of the table, dot update, where inside we are going to filter with the user ID, so user.id like that. Let me show you. And we also need to specify a data object with the new data. So in this case, we are going to update the currency like that. And then we are going to return user settings. So this is our API. The benefit of using server actions as APIs is that we have type safety, because TypeScript is going to infer the return type from this function. And the other benefit is that we don't need to define a route for this API, because that will be created under the hood by React. So let's go back to the currency combo box.tsx file. And then we are going to use again React query, but this time we are not going to use the use query hook, but we are going to use the use mutation hook, because creates, update, and deletes are also called mutation because they are going to mutate the data. So after this use effect, we are going to add const mutation equal use mutation like that. And you can import use mutation from Tanstack React query. Inside, we will have a mutation function, and this function will be our update user currency. So you can import that from app, wizard, actions, user settings, like that. So let me show you. The import path is this. And as you can see, if I put the mouse here, the mutation is already typed with user ID and currency, because this mutation is returning the updated user settings. And that is one of the strengths of server actions. Now what we have to do is to call the mutation when we change the selection in the currency combo box. So we are going to define const select option like this, which is a function that takes a value of type currency or null. Then, if the value is not defined, we are going to show a toast error message. For showing toast messages in our application, we are going to use Sonner, which you should already have thanks to shadcn. So you can double check by opening package.json, and you should have the Sonner package in it. If you don't have it, you can install it by typing in the terminal npm install Sonner. Then, in order to use Sonner, we have to add the provider to our application. So let's do that. Back in the Project Explorer, inside the app folder, we are going to open the layout.tsx file. And before the root provider, so here, we are going to add the toaster that you can import from components, UI, Sonner. Make sure that this ends with Sonner, like that, this one. Then set rich colors, and then we are going to set the position property bottom right, like that. Then let's close the tag. Perfect. Now let's go back to our currency combo box.tsx. If a value is not defined, we are going to toast error. So we are going to show an error message. And make sure to import the toast from Sonner. And the text will be please select a currency, like that. And then we return. Otherwise, if the value is set, we are going to show a toast loading message. So like this, toast.loading. The test will be updating currency, ... like that. And then we are going to assign an ID to the toast, because when our API calls ends, based on the results, so success or error, we are going to transform this loading toast into a success toast or an error toast. So let's set the ID to update dash currency. And when someone selects an option, we are going to call our mutation. So mutation.mutate, and the variable will be value.value. Now this can be confusing, so let's rename value to currency, like that. Let's rename here and here. Now it's better. Now let me point out something. This function uses the mutation, which basically is a hook, and this can change over time. So in order to avoid the rendering problems, we are going to wrap this function with use callback. So react.useCallback, like that, takes the function, and takes also a second argument, which is the dependency array, in this case the mutation. Perfect. If you do that without the use callback hook, this select option function will be recalculated on every render, and that is not a good thing because it can cause infinite re-renders loop, etc. Then we are going to pass this select option to our option list, but before doing that we are also going to update this button, and what we are going to do is that we are going to disable this button when the mutation is pending, like this. By doing this, we will prevent the user to click again the combo box while there is a pending update. So let's do the same also for the mobile version. So let's go right here in this button here. Let's add the disabled property, like that. Perfect. Now we are going to use the select option function. So let's go back. Let's find the first option list component, and we are going to update the set selected option right here with our select option, like that. Then we are going to find the second option list, which is used in the mobile version of the component, and we are going to update this set selected option with the new select option function, like that. Then let's refresh the page and let's try to update the option. And as you can see, now we have this toaster that says updating currency, and now we need to handle the mutation result. So back to our mutation. Then we are going to define the success callback, so on success, like this. This will receive the data returned by the server action, so the type is user settings, like that. And on success, we are going to show a success toast, so toast.success. currency updated successfully, like that. I'm also going to use an emoji called party, like this one. And we are going to use the same ID that we have used in the loading toast. So this one, let's put that here, like that. By doing this loading toast will be transformed in a success toast because the ID is the same. Then we're going to update the selected option with the new currency. So set selected option, currencies dot find. Then we're going to get the currency, so C, where C.value is equal to data.currency. If we don't find nothing, we are going to set null, like this. Then we are going also to add the onError callback, which is a function that takes an error. And in this case, we are going to update the loading toast into an error toast. So toast.error, something went wrong. This is the message that we will display. And we are going to update the toast with the update currency ID, like that. Now let's try everything. So we are going to update the currency to yen, for example. Perfect. Then we are going to trigger an error. So back to the update user currency server action. And here we can add throw new error test, for example, like that. Let's try to update the currency. And as you can see, we have an error. Perfect. Let's remove this throw error test. And now we are going to inspect our database. So let's open the terminal, npx Prisma Studio. Let's open the user settings table like that. And as you can see, the currency is set to yen. So back to our application, let's update the currency with $, for example. Back to Prisma Studio, let's refresh the table. And as you can see, everything is working. So right now we have finished setting up the wizard page. Now we can click this button that will bring us to the dashboard page because this page will be the next thing that we are going to implement. Let's go in the Project Explorer, let's open the dashboard folder and within it the page.tsx file. The dashboard page will be a server component, so let's make this function async like that. Then we are going to get the user and the user settings because we need to know the currency of the user and also the first name. We will use the user first name in the welcome section. Const user equals await current user that you can import from clerk Next.js, like that. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect and you can import this from Next navigation to the sign-in page. So let's do this. Then we are going to get the user settings, const user settings equal await Prisma, and you can import it from lib Prisma dot user settings dot find unique that takes an object, and inside where, which is an object, user ID equal user.id, like this. Then we are going to check if user settings are not defined, like this, so with the exclamation point. In this case, we are going to redirect to the wizard page. Perfect, now let's create our welcome section. So div, let's style it. Let me center the code so you can see it. H full bg background. Within this div, we are going to create another div. We are going to style it with border bottom, like this, and background card. Within this div, we are going to create another div. Let's style it, container, flex, flex wrap, item center, justify between, gap 6, py 8. Then within this div, we are going to add a paragraph like that. Let's style it, text 3XL, font bold. Inside, we are going to write the text hello, comma. Then we are going to use the user.firstname. And then I'm going to use the hand emoji like this. Let's also add an exclamation point here. Perfect, now we are going to update our main background color. So let's open the Project Explorer. In the app folder, let's open globals.css file. Then scroll down until you reach the dark class and we are going to change this background value here. So let's replace this with 0, this with 0, and also this with 0. Let's save it. Perfect. Now, before moving on, let's add another thing. Since this is a server component, there will be a loading phase for this page. So back in the Project Explorer, inside the dashboard folder, let's add loading.tsx. Then let's define this loading like that. And as you can see, if I refresh, there is one moment where I have this loading page. So if you want, you can create a skeleton for the dashboard while loading, but I will skip that part and I'm putting here return null. By doing this, while loading this page, we will still have the navbar and other parts of the application interactive. So back to the page.tsx file. Then after the paragraph, we are going to add a new div. Let's style it, flex, items center, gap 3. Within this div, we are going to add a button. So let's add button. You can import it from components UI button. Then variant property will be outline like that. Then class name, border emerald 500. Let me center the code. Background emerald 950. Text white on over like that, background emerald 700, and then on over text white. Let's close the button tag, and inside we are going to write new income, and I'm going to use this emoji here. Let's save. Perfect. Now let's copy this button, let's paste it right below. We are going to change emerald with rose, also here, and also here. Then let's update the text, new expense, and the emoji will be an angry face this time, like that. Now let's go back to the demo application, and we are going to see what happens when we click one of these buttons. As you can see, we have this create a new income transaction dialog that contains a form, a category picker, and also a calendar. So we are going to build this. Back to our application. Let's open the Project Explorer. Within the dashboard folder, we are going to create a new folder called _components. Within this folder, we are going to create a new file called create_transaction_dialog.tsx. This will be a client component, so use client. Let's define the properties, so interface props. We have a trigger of type React node, and later on you will understand why we need the trigger. And we also need a type of type transaction type. We don't have this type yet, so back in the Project Explorer, inside the lib folder, let's create a new file called types.ts, like this. And in this file, we are going to export type, transaction type, which is a string union composed by income or expense, like that. Back to the create transaction dialog file. Now we can import this type from lib types, like that. Let's define the component. Create transaction dialog, then we will add the properties, so trigger type of type props. Then let's replace the div with a dialog that you can import from components UI dialog. Within this dialog, we will have a dialog trigger component that you can import from components UI dialog. Set as child to true, and then inside we are going to use the trigger property. Now back to the page.tsx file, and now this button can become triggers for this dialog. So we are going to wrap each button with the create transaction dialog. Let's do that. Create transaction dialog. The trigger will become the button right here. Perfect. Then we are going to set the type. We have the expense or income type. We are going to use the income. Perfect, now we are going to do the same for this button. So let's define here create transaction dialog, trigger equals, inside we are going to put the button, like that. Type, in this case, will be expense. Perfect. We are going to use this type property in order to see the correct title in the transaction, and also because in the category picker we are going to filter the categories based on this type. And we will also need the type while saving the transaction on the database, because in our schema.prisma, in the transaction model, we have the type field. So we need to set this field with income or expense. Perfect. Now let's go back to our create transaction dialog. Then after this dialog trigger, we are going to add a dialog content that you can import from components UI dialog. Within it, we are going to put dialog header, like that, and we will import all these dialog components from components UI. So let's do that. Within this header, we are going to use a dialog title. Then we are going to set the title, so create a new. Then we will have a span. Let's style this. For styling this, we are going to use the cm function. Let's import that from libutils. Let's set margin to 1. Then if type is income, we are going to apply the text emerald 500 class. Otherwise, so semicolon, text red 500, like that. Then within the span, we are going to use the type property. And after the span, we are going to write transaction. Perfect. Let's try also the expense one. Perfect. Now we are going to define the transaction form. So the first thing that we are going to do is to create a schema for our form. So back to the Project Explorer, inside the schema folder, we are going to create the transaction.ts file. Then we are going to export const create transaction schema equals z that you can import from zod.object. So our form will have the amount field, zod, course or coerce, I don't know how to pronounce this, and then number. By doing this, even if you pass a string to it or something else, zod will try to cast it to a number. Then this must be a positive number, and then we are going to say multiple of 0.01, like that. Then we will have a description for our transaction, so zod string, and this will be an optional field, like that, z.course.date, then the category, which will be a string, like that. Then we will have the type, which can be income or expense, so zod union, then we are going to place brackets there, and inside zod.literal income, and then zod.literal expense, like that. Then we are going to export the create transaction schema type, and we will use this with the form, so export type, create transaction schema type, equals zod.infer, and we are going to use type of create transaction schema, like this. You can hover with the mouse to see the current type. As you can see, we have the amount, which is a number, date is a date, category is a string, type is of type income or expense, which are strings, and description is an optional string. Perfect. Then let's go back to create transaction dialog file. And before moving on with the form, open package.json and make sure to have the React hook form library, this one. Otherwise, install it with npm install React hook form. And the other library that you should have is the resolvers one, so at hookform/resolvers. You should already have those libraries because those are installed by shadcn.ui. Let's go back to the create transaction dialog file. Then before the return, we are going to add a const form equal use form that you can import from React hook form. Then we are going to type this form with the type of the schema that we have created earlier, so create transaction schema type, like that. Then we are going to pass options, so like this. Inside we have the resolver property, which is a zod resolver that takes create transaction schema that you can import from schema transaction. Then we are going to set the default values. The type will take the type from the property. And remember that this is the equivalent of writing this. So we can use the short version, which is this. And then date will take new date, like that. Now we are going to import zod resolver, so import zod resolver from at hookform resolvers/zod, like this. Then we are going to display the form, so let's go after the dialog header, right here. Let's add a form component that you can import from components UI form. Then we are going to spread the form object to it, like that. Within this form component, we are going to use an HTML form component, like this. Let's set class name space y4. Then within this form, we are going to add our fields. So let's start by the first field. Let's add form field that you can import from components UI form. Let's close this field so you can read this better. Then we are going to add some properties to this form field, like control that takes form.control. We are going to set the name for the field, select description here. Then we will have a render function that takes an object, and from this object we are going to deconstruct the field property. And inside this render function, we are going to return form item that you can import from components UI form. Within it, we will have a form label that you can import from components UI form. Let's say description, like that. Then we have form control that you can import from components UI form. Within it, we will have an input that you can import from components UI input. Let's set the default value to an empty string, like that. And let's spread the field inside, like this. And lastly, after the form control, we are going to use a form description. You can import it from components UI form, and within it, we are going to write transaction description, optional, like this, in parentheses. Let's open the transaction dialog. Perfect. Now let's copy the field and let's paste it like that. And we are going to make this the amount field, so let's change the name with amount. Form label will become amount. The default value in this case will become 0, and in the input component we are going to set type number like that. Then let's change the description to transaction amount required like this. Now we are going to add the category field. So after this form field, let's add the div, let's style it, flex item center, justify between gap 2 like this. Then let's copy the form field and let's paste it inside the div like that. Then we are going to change the name, so amount becomes category like that. Also the form label. Then let's change the form description, select a category for this transaction. And now we are going to change the form control. Inside we are going to define a category picker. Then let's add the type property like this. Let's close it. And now we are going to define this component. So back in the Project Explorer, inside the dashboard components folder, this one, we are going to create category picker.tsx. This will be a client component. Then let's define the category picker like that. Then we are going to type the properties, so interface props, type of type, transaction type. Let's import that from libtypes. Then let's add the properties to the component, so type of type props. Then let's go back to the create transaction dialog file and let's import the category picker. Perfect. In the category picker, we are going to list user categories, so we are going to define an API for it. Let's open the Project Explorer. Inside the app folder API, we are going to create a new folder. Let's name it categories. Within it, a new file called route.ts. Then inside, export async function get that takes a request of type request. Then we are going to get the user, so const user equal await current user, like that. Let's import current user from Clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect, so let's import that from Next navigation. We are going to redirect to the sign-in page, like that. This API will receive a type parameter, so const search params, like this, equal new URL request.url. Then we are going to get our parameter, so const param type equal search params.get type. Then we are going to validate this, so let's declare const validator equal z.enum, and this enum takes expense, like that, and also income. Let's import z from zod. Then we are going to validate the parameter, so const query params equal validator dot save parse of param type. Then we are going to check if query params dot success is false. We are going to return a response dot JSON query params dot error, and we are going to specify status code 400. If the parameter is a valid type, we are going to define that, so const type equal query params dot data, like that. And then we are going to fetch user categories, so const categories equal await Prisma, that you can import from libprisma dot category, which is the name of the table, find many, and inside we are going to filter, so where user ID is equal to user.id, which is the ID of the user that we are retrieving with Clerk. Then we are going to change the validator before moving on with the query. We are going to make this nullable. By doing that, we allow a user to call this API without passing a type parameter. And if a type parameter is not defined, we are not going to filter by type. So back to the where object, and now we are going to apply the type filter only if type is defined. So we can do that by doing this. Type, and in that case we are going to apply type. This means include type in the filters if it's defined. Then we are going to order our categories, so order by name ascending, like that. And now we are going to return the category, so return response.json categories, like that. Perfect. Now let's go back to the category picker and let's try the API. So Here we are going to put const categories query, use query that you can import from Tanstack React Query. Then we are going to define the query key, which will be categories. And we are also going to put the type property in the query key. And if you put parameters in the query key, what happens is that if a parameter changes, the query gets refetched. Then let's define the query function. So this is a function. We are going to use the fetch API. And the URL for the API will be /API/categories question mark. We are going to add the parameter, so type equal, and then we are going to interpolate type like that. Then we are going to take the response, so that, and convert it to JSON like this. Perfect. Now let's open the DevTools. Let's open the create transaction dialog. As you can see, we have this query categories income, because income is the type. And as you can see, the data is an empty array, because right now we don't have categories. Now we are going to implement the category picker code. Back to the category picker component. So let's start by defining the state. So const open set open React use state false. Then we are going to set a value state. So this one, const value set value React use state empty string. Then we are going to match the selected category, which means that we are going to search in the categories query if there is something selected that is equal to the value. So let's do that right here. As you can see, we are searching in categories query data. Let's import this type from Prisma client, and that's it. Then we are going to replace this div, so popover, that you can import from components UI popover. On the popover, we are going to set open to open, and then on open change to set open, like that. Within the popover, we are going to define a popover trigger that you can import from components UI popover. Let's set as child to true. Then we are going to define the trigger, which is a button that you can import from components UI button, variant outline, role combo box, area expanded takes open. Then we are going to style this, so class name, width 200 pixel, justify between. Then let's close the button. Inside the button, we are going to check if there is a selected category. In that case, we are going to show a category row, which is a component that we are going to define that takes a category. And in this case, we are going to put selected category. Then let's close this component. And if there isn't a selected category, we are going to render the string select category like that. Now let's define this category row component. So let's scroll down, function, category row, that takes the category property, category of type category. And as you can see, the category has name, user ID, icon, type, and I created that field. Then we are going to return a div. Let's style it. So flex item center gap 2. Within the div, we will have a span with a role of image, and we will use this for the icon. So inside, we are going to render the category.icon like that. And then we are going to render the name, so span, and inside category.name. This category row is like a helper component that we will use to display the category in a nicer way. Then after the popover trigger, we are going to add a popover content. We are going to style this, so width 200 pixel, padding 0. Within the popover content, we will have a command component that you can import from components UI command. And we also need to disable the command on submit event. So on submit, like that, we are going to take the event and we are going to e.prevent default, like that. Then let's close this command. Within it, we will have a command input that you can import from components UI command. So before moving on, let me explain what we are doing. So basically, we are implementing this combo box component, as you can see in the code, because we have the popover trigger, the command input, etc. But we are going to do that step by step because we need to customize it in order to make it a category picker. So back to our code, and let's move on. So the command input will take a placeholder, and the placeholder will be search category, like that. Now, if you open it, you have this command input, perfect. And before moving on, let's check our demo application. So back here, Let's open the create transaction dialog. Let's open the category picker. And as you can see, we can search categories. We will have a category not found message when a category is not found. And also we will have this create new button that opens a new dialog called create income category. So now we are going to define this dialog, which is triggered by this create new button. So back to our application. After the command input, we are going to put create category dialog component. We are going to pass the type to it. So type takes type. Let's close this. Then let's go back to the Project Explorer. Inside the app folder, dashboard components, we are going to create category dialog.tsx file. This will be a client component, so like that. Let's define the component, so RFC. We are going to define the properties, so interface props. The type will be transaction type, and there will be the type property of type transaction type, like that. Now let's use the properties, so type of type props. Then we are going to define some state, so const open, set open, use state that you can import from React. And then let's go back to the demo application. Let's see what fields we have in this form. So we have the name field and also the icon field. And for icon selection, we are going to use this component. So back to our application. Let's start by defining the schema. So back to our Project Explorer. In the schema folder, we are going to create a new file called categories.ts, like that. Then export const create category schema equals z that you can import from Zod object. Let's define the fields. So the name field, which is a string with min length of 3 and max length of 20. Then we have the icon, which is also a string, and let's put a max length for security. And then we have the type, which is Zod enum, income, and also expense, like that. Then we are also going to export the create category schema type that we will use with the form. So export type create category schema type equals zod.infer type of create category schema, like that. Now let's go back to our create category dialog component. Then let's define the form. So const form equal use form that you can import from React hook form. Let's type the form. So create category schema type, like that. And then we are going to pass the properties to it. So resolver, which is Zod resolver that you can import from hook form resolvers Zod, that takes create category schema, like that you can import from schema categories. And then we are going to set also the default values, so default values, and in this case we are going to set the type. Let's replace this div with dialog that you can import from components UI dialog. Let's set open to open. Let's set on open change with set open. I will go a little faster with this because we have already done the same thing for the create transaction dialog. So dialog trigger as child, then we will have a button that you can import from components UI button, variant ghost, class name, flex, border separate, item center, justify start, rounded none, border bottom, padding x3, padding y3, text muted foreground, like that. Within the button, we are going to use a plus square icon that you can import from Lucid React. Let's style it margin right to H4, W4. And then we are going to write create new. Let me center everything so you can see that. Now let's go back to the category picker file and let's see import create category dialog. And the import path is this, so app dashboard underscore components create category dialog.tsx. Now let's go back to the create category dialog. Then we are going to put the dialog content after the dialog trigger. Within the content, we will have a dialog header like that. And in the header, we will have a dialog title. The title will be created, then we will have a span. Let's style it, and we are going to use the cm function. So let's import it from libutils. And this will be familiar to you because we already done this. So margin 1. And then if the type is income, we are going to apply the text emerald 500 class. Otherwise, we are going to apply the text red 500 class, like that. And then within the span, we are going to display the type. After the span, we are going to put the category string. Now we don't need this, and we don't need this. Then after the dialog title, we will have the dialog description, and within it, we are going to write categories are used to group your transactions, like that. Then we are going to define the form. So after the dialog header, we are going to define the form. Let's import it from components UI form. We are going to spread the form into the properties like that. Within the form, we are going to use a HTML form, so this one. Let's style this with space Y8. Then we are going to define the form fields, and we can go in the create transaction dialog. We can copy, for example, the description form field, so this one. And back to the create category dialog, let's paste it inside the form. Then we are going to import all the components from components UI form. Then we are going to update the name, so we will have the name will be name, the form label will be name, and then let's import the input from components UI input. Perfect, now let's take a look to the dialog. So select category, create new, and this is our create category dialog. Perfect. Now we are going to add the icon field, and before doing that, we are going to install the emoji picker library. The emoji picker library that we are going to use is called Emoji Mart. So let's open back our terminal and let's type npm install @emoji-mart/data. And then we are going to type npm install emoji-mart/react, like that. Perfect. Now let's copy this form field inside the create category dialog file. Let's paste it right below. Then let's change the name with the icon, like that. Also here we are going to put icon. Then we are going to change the description with this is how your category will appear in the application, or in the app if you prefer, is the same. Now we are going to implement the emoji picker that we have installed. We are going to remove the input inside the form control. So let's start by using a popover that you can import from components UI popover. Within it a popover trigger, like that, as child true. Then our trigger will be a button, variant outline, class name, then the height will be 100 pixels, like that, full width. Then let's close the button. And before moving on, let's go back to the final application. In the button, we are going to render this placeholder if there isn't a selected icon. Otherwise, we are going to show the icon like that and the text click to change. So back to our application. So the first thing that we have to do in the button is to check if there is a selected icon or not. And remember that the icon field is handled by the form. So we can use the form.watch function in order to get the current selected icon, like that. If there is a selected icon, we are going to render a div that contains selected icon, text for now, then we are going to improve that. And if there isn't, sorry, I've made a mistake here, that's perfect now. And if there isn't a selected icon, we are going to render a div that says no selection, like that. Now we are going to change this div, so let's style it. Flex call, item center, gap 2, like that. Then let's remove the no selection text. We are going to use a circle off that you can import from Lucide React. Let's style it. Age 48 pixel, width 48 pixel. Let's close the tag, like that, perfect. Then after the icon, we are going to add a paragraph, so let's define it and let's style it. Text XS, text muted foreground. And inside the paragraph, we are going to write click to select, like that. Then I think I've made a mistake. Yeah, I've put the paragraph outside the div, so let's put that here. Perfect. So let me expand VS Code so you can see the code better, like that. Perfect. Now we are going to copy this div and we are going to replace the div for the selected icon with this div. Then we are going to change the select text with change, like that. And we are going to replace the circle of icon with a span. Let's style it. Text 5XL. So we will make our emoji bigger. and then role image, because we are going to use an emoji here. And inside we are going to render field.value, like that. Now on click we need to render the emoji picker. So after the popover trigger right here, we are going to add popover content. Let's style it, so class name full width, like this. Let's close the tag. And now we are going to import the picker, and then we will use it within the popover content. So let's go and add the import picker from @emoji marked React, like that. We also need to import data, so import data from @emoji marked data, this one. Perfect. Now let's go back inside the popover content. Right here, we are going to use the picker component that takes data property, and we are going to use data here. Then let's close this picker, let's try it, but we don't have a callback on emoji selection. So back to the picker, we are going to add on emoji select property. So this is a function that takes an emoji, and what we can do is field.onChange emoji.native, like that. Now let's try, and as you can see, I can select the emoji. Perfect. Then we are going to type this emoji, so real quickly, this is an object that contains native of type string. Now we are going to add the dialog footer, so after the dialog content, we are going to add dialog footer component that you can import from components UI dialog. Within the footer, we will have a dialog close component that you can import from components UI dialog, set as child property. Within it, we will put a button of type button, variant secondary, and we are also going to set the onClick event, like that. On click, we are going to do form.reset. Let's close the tag, and within the button, we are going to write cancel. So let's save, but the button is in the wrong place. So the problem is that we need to wrap the dialog footer with the dialog content, like that. Let's try now. Yeah, perfect. And then we will have a save button, so button, and inside we are going to write save. Perfect. Now let me restore the window size, like that. And let's check the buttons again. Perfect. Now we are going to create the create category server action, and we will call that when we press the save button. So back in the project explorer, inside the dashboard, we are going to create a new folder _actions, like that. Within it, we are going to create a file called categories.ts. Then let's mark this with use server, because we are going to define server actions here. And then let's define export async function, create category. This will take a form, and the type of the form will be create category schema type. In this case, we are using the create category schema both on front end and on back end. Then we are going to validate the form, so const parsed body equal create category schema dot save parse of form. Then we are going to check if parsed body dot success is false. We are going to throw new error bad request, like that. Then we are going to get the user, so const user await current user that you can import from clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect to the sign-in page. Let's import redirect from Next navigation. Then let's extract name, icon, and type from parsed body dot data, like that. And now we are going to create the category. So return await Prisma that you can import from libprisma dot category dot create. Within the create, we are going to pass the data object. So let's define it. User ID will take user.id, and then we are going to use name, icon, and type, like that. Now we are going to use this server action. So back to the create category dialog file. And then after the form, we are going to deconstruct mutate and also is pending from use mutation hook, and you can import that from Tanstack React query. Let's define the options here. So mutation function will be create category, and you can import that from app dashboard actions category.ts. Then we are going to add the onSuccess callback that takes data of type category that you can import from Prisma client. Then we are going to reset the form. So form reset, we are going to put name empty, icon empty, and also type empty. After this, we are going to display a success message, so toast, and let's import it from sonner.success, and the message will be category, and let's interpolate the name, so data.name, like that, created successfully. Let's put also the party emoji, this one, and let's set an ID for this, so create category, and we are going to use this ID in order to change the toast loading that we will display when we press the save button. Then, after the success message, we are going to reload the categories through the application. We can do that thanks to React query, and we are going to do that in validating all the queries that has a key that starts with categories. So let's do that. We need to define a query client for that. Now let's go there after the form and let's define const query client equal use query client, and you can import this from Tanstack React query like that. Then after the success toast, what we can do is await query client dot invalidate queries. This takes an object and we are going to specify the query key that we want to invalidate. We are going to invalidate the query key categories like that. Now let's mark this async because I'm using await here, perfect. And then we are gonna close the dialog, so set open, so prev, and we are going to negate this, so prev. By doing this, if the dialog is opened, we are going to negate that, so we are going to set that to false. Then we are going to handle the on error callback like that. And in this case, we are going to show a toast error, so an error message, and the message will be something went wrong. Let's also add the ID to the toast, so ID create category. I have a typo here, so let's remove the space, perfect. Then we are going to define the onSubmit function, so const onSubmit, and we will call this while submitting the form. So this will be a function that takes values and the type will be create category schema type because this will be called by the form, so by React hook form. And on submit, we are going to show a loading toast that says creating category like this. So let's define the ID, create category like that. And then we are going to call mutate with values. And values is an object with the type, name, and icon. And you can notice that the type of the values is the type that we have used in the form parameter of our create category server action. Now you should remember something because in the onSubmit function we are using the mutate function. And we need to do another thing in order to avoid problems with the rendering, etc. And that thing is to wrap this function with use callback. So let's do that, use callback, import that from React. That takes two parameters. The first one is the function. The second one is the dependency array. So let's close this function. And the dependency that we have in this function is the mutate function, this one. Perfect. Now we need to add this onSubmit function to the form and also to the button. So let's search the form, this one, the HTML form. Let's set onSubmit, form handle submit, and then onSubmit. Then we are going to do the same thing on the save button. So on click, in this case, form handle submit on submit. Then we are going to disable the button if is pending is true. And then we are also going to change the save text. And what we are going to do is that if is not pending, in that case we are going to show create text. Otherwise, if is pending is true, so this one is pending, we are going to show a loader spinner. So loader2 that you can import from Lucid React. Let's style this, so class name animate spin. So let's check it. Now let's try it. Let's press create, and as you can see we have a validation error. So let's set the name salary. Let's try to create that again, but we still have a validation error. So let's set, for example, money emoji, this one, or this one, I don't know. Let's save. We have created our first category. Now let's check the database. So npx Prisma Studio. Let's open the category table, and as you can see, we have the category called salary with the icon and the type income. Perfect. Now we need to display the categories inside our category picker. So back to the category picker component. So before listing the categories, we are going to add a command empty component that you can import from components UI command. And this component will be visible if there aren't categories. So within it, we are going to add a paragraph and let's say category not found. Then we are going to add another paragraph and let's style that with text XS, text muted foreground, like that. And within it, we are going to write tip, create a new category. Let's make the C uppercase, like that. Let's test this. Perfect. After the command empty, we are going to add a command group component that you can import from components UI command. Within this group, we are going to add a command list that you can import from components UI command. Then we are going to check if categories query.data is defined. And if data is defined, we are going to map over it. So categories query dot data dot map, like that. And for each category of type category, we are going to render a command item that you can import from components UI command. Then let's set the command item key, so category.name. And then we are going to define the onSelect function like that, so current value. And we are going to do set value current value and set open takes prev and negates that. So after selecting an item in the combo box, we are going to close the combo box. And then within the command item, we are going to render the category. So category row that takes the category. So category takes category like that. Let's close this component. And as you can see now, we can see the category. And then we are going to show a check icon that you can import from Lucid React. And we are going to show this icon only in the selected category. So let's style this. We are going to use the CM and we are going to use the CM function for that. And let's set margin right to W4, H4, opacity 0. And then if value is equal to category.name, we are going to apply opacity 100%, like that. Now let's try it, and this is not working, so let's check again the onSelect function. And the problem is that we need to call setValue with category.name. So we don't need the current value property. Let's try now. Perfect. And as you can see, I can see also the check. Then we are going to add an icon to the triggers. So let's scroll up until you find the button inside the popover trigger. And before the button closing tag, we are going to add the chevrons up-down icon that you can import from Lucid React. Let's style this icon. Margin left 2, H4, W4, shrink 0, opacity 50. Like that. Let's close the icon. Perfect. Now let me show you something. We are going to create a new icon, for example, YouTube. So let's put video here. I don't know, this icon here. Maybe this, yeah. What I want is to select the created icon in the category picker. So we can do that by defining a success callback in our create category dialog. So let's find that, create category dialog. Let's add on success callback, like that. And let's use a success callback. Now we are going to define this, so let's go there. Const success callback, like that. This is a function that takes a category, so of type category. And inside we are going to set value to category.name, like that. And we are also going to close the category picker, so set open, let's negate prev, like that. We are going to wrap this with use callback, like that. And then let's set inside the dependency array set value and also set open. Perfect. Now let's go in the create category dialog. Let's update the props. So on success callback, which is a function that takes a category of type category and returns nothing, so void. Let's add that to the properties. So on success callback, like that. And after that, let's rename this to success callback because I like that more. So only success callback like that. So back to the category picker and let's rename it. Perfect. Let's go back to the create category dialog and we are going to call this success callback here. So we are going to call success callback with data, which is the category that we have created. So let's try that now. Let's create a new category, test. Create, and as you can see, we have selected test and we have closed the category picker. Perfect. Now we are going to fix two small things. The first one is that if you open the create category dialog, we still need to update the field description. So let's find the first form field, this one. Let's change the default value. Let's put a placeholder of type category, like that. And then let's change the form description. So this is how your category will appear in the app, like that. The last thing that we have to cover is a theme synchronization with the emoji picker. What I mean is that if we change the theme to light and then we try to open the emoji picker, you will see that this is dark. Let's go in the component definition, so right here. And after query client, we are going to define const theme equal use theme. And you can import this from Next themes like that. And then we are going to pass the resolved theme to the picker. So let's find the picker in our code. So right here, after data, theme equal theme.resolved theme. Let's try now. So new income. Let's open the emoji picker. This is white, perfect. Let's try again with the dark theme. So let's open that, create new emoji picker. This is black. Perfect. Now let's test also the expense categories. So as you can see, we don't have expense categories. Now let's create a new category for expenses. So for example, food. Let's search for pizza. Let's create. Perfect. And this category is visible only for expenses. Let's go back to the income categories. And as you can see, we don't see the food category here. Perfect. Now let's go back to the create transaction dialog.tsx file. And there is a problem with the category picker. You can pause the video and think about it. The problem with this category picker is that we are not updating the form when a category is selected. So we have to do that. We are going to define a property called onChange, and we are going to pass to it a function called handle category change. Now let's define this function. So after the use form hook, we are going to define const handle category change. This will be a function that takes a value of type string. And then we are going to update our form. So form set value. We are going to update the category field with the value. Now you should notice that we are using form set value inside the function. This is a hook that can change over time. So we need to wrap this function with use callback. Use callback, import that from React. The first argument is the function, like that. And the second argument is the dependency array. Let's close this. And in the dependency array, we are going to put form. Perfect. Now let's go back to the create category picker and we are going to update our props. So on change, this is a function that takes value of type string and is not going to return nothing. So void. Let's extract that. So on change like that. And then when value changes, we are going to call onChange with the new value. The hook that can do that is the use effect hook. So we are going to do use effect. You can import that from React. Then we are going to define a function and also the dependency array, like that. Inside, we are going to check if value is not defined, we are going to return. Otherwise, if value is defined, we are going to call onChange with value. And we are going to trigger this use effect if onChange changes or if the value changes, like that. So let me also add a comment. So when the value changes, call the onChange callback. Now we are going to test the onChange function, so back to the create transaction dialog. And before the div that wraps the for the field that contains the category picker, we are going to add transaction text. And then we are going to display form.watch, and we are going to watch the category. Let's refresh the application and let's try. Right now, as you can see, we don't have any category selected. Let's try YouTube, for example. Perfect. Let's try to create a new category. So test selection, for example. Let's select this, create test selection. That's perfect. Now let's remove this line. Then we are going to add the date field to the create transaction dialog. So let's do that. We're going to copy the category form field, this one. Let's paste it right below, like that. Then we are going to change the name with the date. Then let's update the form label, so from category to transaction date, like that. Then let's change the form description, so select a date for this transaction. Let's delete the form control. Let's add a popover, and you can import that from components UI popover. Within it, popover trigger, same import. Let's set as child to true. Within the popover trigger, we are going to add the form control component. Then a button component, like this, import that from components UI button. Variant outline, like that. Let's style this with the DCIM function. So width 200 pixels, padding left 3, text left, font normal. And then if the field value is not defined, we are going to apply text muted foreground, like that. Let's close the tag. Then within the button, we are going to check if the field value is defined. In that case, we are going to render the formatted value, so format that you can import from date.fns, like this. Inside, we will have the field value as first argument, and the second argument will be the format string, so PPP, like that. Then, if the field value is not defined, we are going to render a span with inside the text pick a date, like this. Then we are going to add an icon, so after the ternary operator, we are going to add calendar icon that you can import from Lucid React, class name, margin left auto, H4, W4, opacity 50, like that. Let's close the tag. That's perfect. Then after the popover trigger, we are going to add popover content that you can import from components UI popover. Let's style it, so class name, WAuto, like that, padding 0, like that. Within the popover content, we are going to use the calendar component that you can import from components UI calendar. Let's add the date selection mode to single, like that. The selected value will be field.value. On select, we are going to call field.onChange, and then we are going to set initial focus to true. Let's close the tag. So let's try it. This is working. Perfect. And before moving on, the last thing that we are going to add is the form message component that you can import from components UI form after the form description, like that. Now we are going to add a dialog footer to this dialog, and we can copy the create category dialog. So select to the create category dialog. Let's copy the dialog footer, like that, back to the create transaction dialog file. And after the form, so this one, we are going to paste the code. Let's import dialog footer from components UI dialog. Let's do the same for dialog close. And let's import the loader2 component, so the icon from Lucid React. And now we are going to do the same thing that we have done for the create category dialog. The first step will be to define the create transaction server action. After that, we are going to wrap that server action with the use mutation hook. And lastly, we are going to define the onSubmit function. Before creating the server action, we are going to see how dates will be handled in our application. Since we are only interested in the day, month, and year of a transaction, we will remove the time zone information by converting the date to UTC using a function that we are going to define called date to UTC date. This function recreates the dates in UTC using the day, month, and year of the original date. By doing so, we will avoid a series of problems that could arise when working with client-server on different time zones. If you want to make the budget tracker application multi-time zone, you can do that by storing the user time zone in the user settings. Then, for each transaction, we are going to save the date as UTC. And if the user updates the time zone in user settings, we are going to recalculate all the history aggregates using the new time zone. Now let's go back in the Project Explorer. Inside the dashboard folder, Actions folder, we are going to create a new file called transactions.ts, like that. let's start the use server at the beginning of the file, like that. Then export async function, create transaction, like this. This will take an object, let's name it form, of type create transaction schema type that you can import from schema transaction. Let's validate the body, so const parsed body equal create transaction schema that you can import from schema transaction dot save parse, and let's pass the form to it, like that. If parsed body dot success is false, throw new error parsed body dot error dot message, like that. Then let's get the user, so const user equal await current user from clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, a redirect that you can import from Next navigation to the sign in page. Then let's deconstruct the parsed form, so const amount, category, date, description, and type, and we will get those from parsed body.data. Then we are going to validate the category, so const category row equal await Prisma that you can import from lib Prisma dot category dot find first. Within it we will have an object with a where property that is an object. We are going to get a category that belongs to the user, so user ID equal user.id, like that, and also that has the name equal to the category passed in the form, like that. If category row is not defined, then we are going to throw new error category not found. In the next step, we are going to create the transaction, and we are also going to update the aggregates. Let me also add a comment, note, don't make confusion between transaction, this one, Prisma, and Prisma.transaction, which is the table. Because we are going to create a transaction row in the transaction table, we are going to update the month history and the year history aggregate table, and we are going to do these three operations in a single Prisma transaction, which is a database transaction. So don't make confusion between the transaction of a database and the transaction of our budget tracker. Those are two different things. We are going to use a database transaction because if one of the queries that we are going to do fails, we are not going to save the user transaction in the table in order to have the transaction table and the aggregates table coherent. So let's use the database transaction, await Prisma.$transaction, and as you can see in the documentation, allows the running of a sequence of read-write operations that are guaranteed to either succeed or fail as a whole. So let's write transaction like that. And this function takes an array of operations like that. The first thing that we are going to do is create user transaction. And we can do that with Prisma, the name of the table, so transaction.create. Within it we will have an object, then the data property, and inside let's set the user ID with user.id, the amount, the date, the description that is optional, so description or empty string like that. The type, the category will take the category row.name, and then the category icon will take category row.icon, like that. Then we are going to update aggregates table. And in this case, we are going to create a new month history record if there isn't one, or we are going to update that based on the day and the month and the year of the transaction. The first aggregate that we are going to update is the month history. We are going to use the upsert operation on the key composed by the user ID field, day, month, and year. If we can find a record with that key, we are going to update the record. Otherwise, we are going to create a new record for that particular day, month, and year. Then we are going to do the same thing for the year history. The code will be almost the same. We are just going to remove the day field. So back to the editor. Then Prisma.monthHistory, which is the name of the table, .upsert, this takes an object. Let's start by the where definition. As said, we are going to use the key composed by user ID, day, month, and year field. And Prisma has already created those for us because in the schema.prisma file, in the month history aggregate, we have said that the ID is composed by day, month, year, and user ID. So you can type, for example, day, and auto-completion will show you that you have a day, month, year, user ID property. Let's use that, which is an object. And inside we are going to define the user ID with the user.id, which is date.getUTC_date. As I said before, on the front end, we are going to use this date to UTC_date, which is a function that recreates a date without the time zone. We are going to do the same for the month, so month date get UTC month, like that. And same for the year, so year date dot get UTC full year. Perfect. Then within an abstract, we have to define also the create behavior and update behavior. So let's start by the create, like that. In this case, we are going to create a new record, so user ID takes user.id. We can copy everything for date, month, and year, like that. Then we are going to set the expense column. And if the type is equal to expense, we are going to use the amount, otherwise 0. Let's do the same for the income, so income. If the type is equal to income, we are going to use the amount, otherwise 0. Then let's define the update behavior, like that. Let me center the code. So if a month history row is already existing, we are going to update the expense property. And we are going to increment it. If type is equal to expense, we are going to increment it by the amount, like that. Otherwise by 0, so we are not going to do anything. Let's duplicate this, like that. Then let's update this with income. And let's also update this one. Perfect. So basically what we are doing with an abstract is that we are searching for this ID composed by user ID, day, month, and year. If we don't find a row, we are going to create it. Otherwise, we are going to update the existing row. Now let's copy this abstract function. Let's add a comment here. So update year aggregate. Let's paste it. And so let's also change this comment on top. Update month aggregate table, like that. Let's go back to the year aggregate. Let's update month history with year history. Then let's change the ID property, which is month, year, and user ID. Let's remove day from here. And then let's remove the day from here, like that. And that's all for the create transaction server action. Now we are going to define the date to UTC date function. So let's open the Project Explorer. Inside the lib folder, we are going to create helpers.ts. And inside export function, date to UTC date, that takes a date of type date, and then we are going to return a new date, and we are going to create this date with the date.utc that takes the year, so date get full year, like that, the month, so that get month, the day, so date get date, then date get hours, and lastly date get milliseconds, like that. Now let's go back to create transaction dialog file. Then after the handler category change, we are going to add const, and we are going to deconstruct mutate and is pending from the use mutation hook that you can import from Tanstack React query. Let's pass an object to it. Then mutation function will be the create transaction server action that you can import from app dashboard action, like that. Then we will have an on success callback. Then we are going to show a success toast, so toast, import that from Sonnet, success, transaction created successfully. I will also use the party emoji, like that. Let's also add the ID, so ID, create transaction. After the toast, we are going to reset the form, so form.reset. So the type will take the type property. We are going to set description to an empty string, amount to 0, date to new date, and category to undefined. Then let's check the demo application. Let's try to create a new transaction, for example, this one, real quick. And as you can see, after the transaction creation, I have reloaded the overview section and also the history section of the dashboard page. And we are going to do that with query invalidation. So back to our application. Before the use mutation, let's add a query client, so const query client equal use query client that you can import from Tanstack React query. Then let's go after the form.reset. Let's add a comment. After creating a transaction, we need to invalidate the overview query, which will refetch data in the home page, like that. Let's do that. Query client dot invalidate queries, and the query key will be the array with the overview inside, like that. And then we are going to close this dialog. So let's add const open set open use state that you can import from React, false. Then let's update our dialog. So dialog takes open property with open inside like that, and on open change, set open. Perfect. Then let's close the dialog. So let's go here after invalidate queries, and let's call set open with the prev. Let's negate prev. Now let's define the onSubmit function. So const onSubmit. Now you should be familiar with the pattern. So we are going to use callback. The first argument is a function like that, and the second one is the dependency array. The function will be the onSubmit function triggered by the form, so it will receive values, and the values type will be create transaction schema type. So let's check that. As you can see, we have amount, number, category, type, etc. Then in the body function, we are going to create the loading toast. So toast.loading, creating transaction like that. Then let's set the ID. So ID, create transaction. And then we are going to call the server action, which is wrapped by use mutation. So mutate like that takes value. Let's spread the values inside. And for the date property, we are going to use date to UTC date that you can import from lib helpers. And within it, values.date. So thanks to this, we are going to remove the time zone from the date. In the dependency array, we are going to put the mutate function like that. Perfect. Now let's add the onSubmit function to the form. So let's scroll down until you find the form, this one. onSubmit form.handleSubmit, and we are going to pass the onSubmit function. Perfect. Now everything should work, so let's test it. First transaction, the amount is 50, category will be salary, and the date will be, I don't know, this one. Let's create it. Let's try. Perfect. Let's check our database. So npx Prisma Studio. Let's open the transactions table. As you can see, we have one record. The amount is 50. Description is first transaction. The date is correct. The type is income. Category salary. And as you can see, we have also the category icon. Perfect. Let's also check the month history. So as you can see, we have one record that says day 10. The month is 3, which is correct because in JavaScript months are 0 based, which means that January is 0, February is 1, March is 2, April is 3. And the year is 2024. And then we have income 50, expense 0. Let's also check the year aggregate, so year history like that. We have only month 3, which is April, year 2024, and income 50. Perfect. Then let's create a new expense. So first expense like that. Amount 80, category food, date will be, I don't know, end of month. Create. Perfect. Now let's check the database. Let's refresh the year history, and as you can see, we have expense 80. The month is the same. Let's refresh month history, and we have a new record. The day is 30, month 3, year 2024, income is 0, expense is 80. Perfect. Now let's try adding a new expense on the same day. So back to the project, new expense, second expense, like that. Amount 50, category food, and the date will be the same of the previous one, so 30. Create, back to the database. Let's refresh the month history, and as you can see, we have updated the expense. Let's also check the year history, and the expense is updated. That's perfect. Then we are going to fix that create transaction UI, because as you can see, the category and the transaction date are not aligned. So then let's search for the category form field. Let's style the form item. So this one, flex and flex call. Let's do the same for the date form item. So this one, and that's perfect. Now we are going to fix the calendar null selection. So let's search for the calendar. And what we are going to do is that we are going to take the value from the calendar like that. And we are going to log it. So console.log calendar. Let's log the value. And then we are going to call field.onChange value like that. Now let's try it. So if I click 22, as you can see, I have removed the selections. And if I try to create the transaction now, I will have a validation error. So we are going to fix this. So if value is not defined, return like that. And basically now you are forced to select a date. Perfect. Now let's go back to the demo application. And the next thing that we are going to do is this overview section. So let's go and do that. Let's open the Project Explorer. Inside the dashboard folder, let's open page.tsx file. Then before the last div, so this one, we are going to add the overview component that takes user settings. So user settings, like that. Let's close the component. Let's go back to the Project Explorer. Let's open the components folder inside dashboard and let's add the file overview.tsx. Let's mark this file with use client, like that. Let's create our base overview component, this one, back to page.tsx, and let's import from app dashboard components overview. Now back to the overview.tsx file. Let's add the user settings properties, user settings. Let's type the properties, so user settings is of type user settings that you can import from Prisma. Perfect. Then we are going to define some states, so const date range, set date range, use state that you can import from React. Let's type this with an object from date to date, like that. And the initial value will be an object with from start of month. You can import start of month from datefns, new date, like that, and to new date, like that. Perfect. Now we are going to add a date range picker component. If you don't want to use an external library, you can use the ShadCN calendar component. What I'm going to use instead is the date range picker component for ShadCN made by John Polasek. Now this component relies on ShadCN UI components, for example the button, calendar, label, popover, and switch. You should already have those installed. If you don't have something, you have to install it with npx ShadCN UI latest add. But if you have done what I've done at the start of the tutorial, which means installing all the packages, you should already have everything. Then we are going to install Redux UI React icons, so let's copy this command, open the terminal, npm install at Redux UI/React icons. Let's paste it. Perfect. And then what we have to do is to copy the date input file and also the date range picker file that you can find in source, dateinput.tsx and date range picker.tsx, and you need to copy those files inside components UI. So let's open the Project Explorer. Let's open the components folder, UI, let's add a new file, date-input.tsx, like that. Let's copy the content from here. So copy raw file, paste it, perfect. Then let's add a new file, date-range-picker.tsx. Let's copy it, so this one, date-range-picker.tsx, copy raw file, paste it. Perfect. Now let's go back to the overview.tsx file. Let's replace this div with a fragment, like this. Within it, we are going to add a div, let's style that. Container, flex wrap, item send, justify between, gap to py6, like that. Within the div, we will have a h2 tag, let's style it, text 3XL, font bold. Within it, we are going to write overview, like that. After the h2 tag, we are going to add a div, let's style it, flex, item center, gap 3. Within the div, we are going to add the date range picker component from components UI date range picker. Then let's close it. Let me restore for one moment the zoom on the page. So as you can see, the component has shortcuts on the left on the desktop version, and you can select a range like that. Perfect. Now let me restore the zoom, and then let's set some properties on the date range picker. So initial date from will take date range dot from, initial date to, date range dot to, show compare false, and then on update we take values, we extract the from and to from values dot range, like that. Let me also add a comment so you will understand better. We update the date range only if both dates are set. So if not from or not to, return. Then we are going to limit the date range days span because we are not going to allow, for example, to query 1 year or 2 years directly. So let's open back Project Explorer. Inside the lib folder, let's create a file, constants.ts. And within this file, we are going to export const max date range days, like that. I'm going to set 90, for example. If you want, you can limit that more to 1 month, or if you prefer, you can increase that. So back to overview.tsx. Then we are going to validate the date range. So if difference in days, and you can import this from date FNS, to and from, you start from date left and then date right, is greater than max date range days that you can import from lib constants. In this case, you are going to return an error message. So toast that you can import from sonner.error, the selected date range is too big. Max allowed range is, let's interpolate the variable max date range here, so max date range days, like that, and then days. Exclamation point, and after the toast we are going to return. Otherwise, we are going to set date range with the from and to, like that. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see now, the default selected range is from start of month to date. Perfect. And then before moving on, let's fix a typo that I have here, so max allowed, like that. Perfect. Now let's try to select 30 days, and this is working. Let's try to select more than 90 days, so from January to April. And as you can see, we are triggering an error. The selected date range is too big. Max allowed range is 90 days. Perfect. Now back to the demo application. And now we are going to create the income, expense, and balance card. Back to our project. Let's open the Project Explorer. Inside the API folder, we are going to create a new folder called stats. Within it, we are going to create a new folder called balance, and within this folder a file called route.ts. Then, as usual, we are going to export async function get that takes request of type request, like that. We are going to get the user, so const user equal await current user. You can import that from Clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect, import that from Next Navigation to the sign-in page, like that. This API will return the total amount and the total income for the selected period, and so the search parameters will be the from and the to date. So we are going to extract those and validate. Const search params equal new URL request.url, like that. Then const from equal search params.get from, const to equal search params.get to. Perfect. Then we are going to validate from and to, and we are going to do the same check that we have done in the date range picker. So we are going to check if the date range selected is greater than the max allowed date range. Let's open the Project Explorer. Within the schema folder, we are going to create overview.ts file. Then export const overview query schema, like that. Z that you can import from zod.object. Within this object we will have from, which is z.coerce.date, to z.coerce.date, and then we are going to add a custom check. So let's replace the semicolon with dot refine, like that. The refine takes a function that takes an argument, which is from and to. So we are going to define that like this, args. Then let's define the function body. Const extract from and to from args, like that. Then const days equal difference in days that you can import from date FNS to from. We start from the left date and then the right date. Then we will have const is valid range equal. This will be true if days is greater than 0 and if days is lower than max that range days that you can import from lib constants. And finally, we are going to return is valid range, like that. Now let's go back to the route.ts file. Let's validate from and to. So const query params equal overview query schema dot save parse. This takes an object with from and to, like that. If query params.success is false, return response.json, query params.error.message, and then status 400, like that. Then we are going to get the stats, so const stats equal await, and we are going to create a helper function called get balance stats that takes the user.id and then query params.data.from query params.data.to. And finally, we are going to return those. So return response.json stats. Now we are going to define this getBalanceStats function, and then I'm going to explain why we are creating this function. So after the get function, we are going to define async function getBalanceStats that takes user ID of type string from of type date to of type date, like that. And we have created this function because now we are going to export this function type. So export type getBalanceStats response type, like this, equal awaited return type of getBalanceStats, and let's close this like that. By doing this, we can just import this type on the front end. So for example, we can type the use query that will call this API with the fetch library with the getBalanceStats response type. And thanks to this type, which is the return type of this function, we will have a type inference for these API calls. Now let's define the function. So const totals equal await Prisma, and you can import it from lib Prisma, transaction group by. This takes an object. We are going to group by, so by, and we are going to group the type, like that. Then let's add the where filter. So where we are going to filter for the user ID, so user ID. And then we are going to filter the date field, and the date field must be greater than equal from and lower than equal to. And we are going to sum the amount. So basically we are doing a query on the transaction table that takes all the transaction for the user that has the date field between from and to. We are going to group the result by type, and we are going to sum the amount field. And then we can just return, we are going to return an object, expense, like that, totals.find, we are going to find the group by result for the expense type, so find t.type equal expense. This can be null, so let's check that. We are going to get the sum and then dot amount. Now this can be null because we can select the date range periods where we don't have expense transactions. So we are going to cover the case with an or 0, like that. Let's add a comma, let's copy this, let's paste, and then let's replace expense with income, also here, and that's all for this API. Now let's check the type, and as you can see, this is typed correctly. Now let's open the Project Explorer, and let's open the overview.tsx file. Then let's scroll down, and before the fragment closing tag, we are going to add the stats cards component that will have some properties, so user settings that takes the user settings property, from that takes date range dot from, and then to that takes date range dot to, like that. Back to the Project Explorer, within the components folder, let's create a new file, stats cards.tsx. Let's use client at the beginning, then let's define the stats cards component, like that. Back to the overview.tsx file, let's import stats cards from app dashboard components stats card. Now let's go back to the stats cards component. Let's define the properties, so interface props, from of type date to of type date, and then user settings of type user settings that you can import from Prisma client. Perfect. Then let's add the properties to the component, so from to user settings, and the type is props. Now we can use a React query in order to fetch the API that we have created, so const stats query equal query, and you can import that from tanstack React query. And now we are going to use the type that we have exported, so get balance stats response type, and you can import that from app API stats balance root.ts. So let's import it. Then let's define the properties from use queries. Let's start by the query key. In this case, we will have overview, then stats, and then we are going to add the query parameters that we are going to use, so from and to. Thanks to this, every time that we receive a new data range, the query gets refetched. Then let's add the query function, that is a function that calls the fetch API, /API /stats balance, and then we have the query parameters, so from, let's interpolate that. And now we are going to use the date to UTC function that we have created. And thanks to that, we are going to remove the time zone from our date, so from. And then we are going to add two parameters, so and to equal, let's interpolate again, date to UTC date, 2. And I don't know if I have mentioned that, but you can import date to UTC date from lib helpers. Then we are going to get the response from the fetch, and we are going to call res.json like that. Let's go back to our demo application. And as you can see in the stats card component, we are formatting the number with the user currency. So now we are going to create the formatter back to our code. And after stats query, we are going to define const formatter equal. Then we are going to use memo that you can import from React. So the first argument is a function like this, and the second argument is the dependency array. Let's define the function. And here we are going to return get formatter for currency that takes the user settings.currency. Now let's add the dependency, which is user settings. And you can also see that if I over there React use memo has a missing dependency, user settings.currency. So let's do that. Now we are going to define the get formatter for currency helper function. So back to the project explorer, inside the lib folder, let's open the helpers.ts file. Let's define export function get formatter for currency that takes currency, which is a string. And in this function, we are going to get the correct locale for the formatter, so const locale currencies that you can import from lib currencies.find. And we are going to get the currency, so C, that has the value, so C.value equals to the currency, which is this parameter. And if this exists, we are going to read locale property like that. And then return new int L number format, locale, and let's set also some options, so style, and you can choose between percent, unit, decimal, or currency, like that. And then we are going to set the currency like that. Perfect. Now back to the stats cards component. Let's import this from lib helpers. Then we are going to define const income equal stats query dot data question mark, because this can be null, dot income, and if this is null, we are going to cover it, so or 0 like that. Let's copy this, let's paste it, then expense. Let's replace income here with expense. Perfect. Then we are going to define also const balance equal income minus expense, like that. Now let's style this div, so class name, relative, flex, w full, flex wrap, gap 2, and on medium, flex no wrap. Now let me center the code. Then we are going to use the skeleton wrapper that you can import from components skeleton wrapper. And this is the component that we have defined while making the wizard page. We are going to set isLoading to stats query.isFetching, like that. Within the skeleton wrapper, we are going to render a stat card component like this. The stats card component requires a formatter, so let's pass it, formatter, like that. And that's why we are using useMemo, because we don't want this to be recalculated on each render, since it's going to be passed down to children components. Then we are going to set value to income, the title to income, and the stat card will also have an icon, so let's set it. And we are going to use the trending up component that you can import from Lucid React. Let's close the tag and then let's style the icon. H12, W12, items center, rounded LG, P2, text emerald 500, background emerald 400, and we are going to set opacity to 10%, like that. Then we are going to define this component, so at the end of the file, function stat card, like that. Let's define the properties, so formatter, value, title, icon. Then we need to type the properties, so formatter is of type int L dot number format, like that. Icon is a React node, title is a string, and value is a number. Now, before moving on, we are going to install the React count app component, so open the terminal and type npm install react-count app. Perfect. Then inside the stat card component, we are going to define a const format function, and this is the function that we will use with the React count app in order to format the number. So let's define that with use callback that you can import from React. The first argument is a function, the second one is the dependency array. Let's define the function. This takes a value which is a number, like that, and we are going to return formatter.format value. And in the dependency array, we are going to add the formatter. Perfect. Now we are going to define return. Within it, the card component that you can import from components UI card. Let's style the card. Flex H24, W full, item center, gap 2, P4. Let's close the tag. Within the card, we are going to render the icon like that. After the icon, we are going to add a div. Let's style it. Flex call, item center, gap 0. Within the div, we will have a paragraph, so let's add it, let's style it. Text muted foreground, like that. And we are going to display the title inside. Then let's import the count up component, so import count up from React-count up, like that. Back to the bottom of the file. Now let's use the count up component, like that. Let's add some properties to it. So preserve value, redraw false, and value, decimals 2, formatting function, this takes format function, and then class name text to Excel. Let's save it, and this is strange because this is really slow. Let's see what happens. And as you can see, we have an error. So let's see the error network, and let's refetch the query. So we have a 404 status. Now let's double check the URL, API stats balance. This seems okay. So let's go back in the Project Explorer. Let's open the API folder, stats, this is written okay, balance. And the error is in routes.ts because we need to rename it to route.ts, like that. My bad. Let's try now. Let's refresh the application. And as you can see now we are fetching some data. Perfect. So let's go back to the stats card component. Then let's copy the skeleton wrapper with its content. Then let's paste it 2 times. Perfect. Let's close the DevTools. Now we don't need those. Then let's update the second skeleton wrapper. So let's change the value to expense, like that. Then let's change the title to expense. Let's change the icon trending up to trending down. And you can import that from Lucid React. Let's change emerald with the red and also this one, like that. Let's try. Perfect. Okay, then let's expand our filter. So let's get till the end of the month and we should have expenses, right? Perfect. Now let's update the third skeleton wrapper with the value balance, title balance. Let's change the trending up icon with wallet icon that you can import from Lucid React, like that. So wallet. And let's change emerald to violet, also here, like that. Let's try it. Perfect. Now, as you can see, we have still one error because there is no space between the card and the border of the page. So let's go back in overview.tsx file. Let me wrap the stats card with a div. So let's do that, like that. Let's style the div, container flex, w full, flex call, gap 2. Let's try it now. Perfect. Now let's see if everything is okay on mobile. Perfect. Now let's go back to the demo project. And now we are going to add the stats cards for categories. So back to our project. Let's go back to the overview.tsx file. And after the stats card component, let's add categories stats. Let's close it. And this component takes the same properties that takes the stats card component. So we can copy those. Then let's paste like that. Let's open the Project Explorer. Within the components folder inside the dashboard, we are going to create a new file, categories stats.tsx, like that. Then let's use client at the beginning. Then let's create the components, so category stats, like that. Back to overview.tsx file. Let's import the component from app dashboard components category stats. Then back to category stats. Let's define the properties, so interface props. User settings is of type user settings that you can import from Prisma client. From is a date and to is a date, like that. Let's add the properties to the component, so user settings from to, and the type is props. Perfect. Now we are going to create the API that will provide categories stats. So back to the Project Explorer, within the API folder, within the stats folder, let's create a new folder called categories, like that. Let's create a new file, route.ts, then export async function, get, this take a request of type request, like that. Then we get the user, so const user equal await current user. You can import that from Clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect, and you can import that from Next Navigation to the sign-in page, like that. Then we are going to do the same thing that we have done for the stats cards component. So const, let's deconstruct search params like that. From new URL request.url. From the search params, we are going to extract from, so const from equal search params.get from. Then we are going to read the to parameters, so const to equal search params.get to. Then we are going to validate the from and to parameters, so const query params equal overview query schema that you can import from schema overview dot save parse. This takes an object with from and to. Then if query params.success is false, throw new error query params.error.message like that. Then we are going to define const stats equal await get categories stats like that. This takes the user.id, query params.data.from and query params.data.to. And then we are going to return response.json stats. Perfect. Now let's define this function. So async function get categories stats. This takes a user ID of type string, from of type date, to of type date. So let's define the stats. Const stats equal await Prisma, and you can import that from lib Prisma dot transaction dot group by. This will be pretty similar with the API that we have done for the overview section for the stats cards. So we are going to group by type and also by category and also by category icon like that. Let's set the where object, but let me center the code first like that. So we filter for user ID and also for the date field. The date field must be greater than equal from, lower than equal to. After the where we are going to define sum, and we are going to sum the amount, so amount true. And we are going also to order by the sum, the amount field, and this will be the send, like that. And then we are going to return stats, so return stats. If you prefer, you can just return this, so return await prisma.transaction, etc. Then we are going to export the type, so export type, get categories stats response type. We are going to use awaited in order to get rid of the promise. Return type of, and then the name of the function, so get categories stats, like that. Let's check the type, perfect. We are going to call that API with the React query and the fetch library, so const stats query equal use query that you can import from Tanstack React query. Let's pass an object to it, let's set the query key. We are going to start with overview, then stats, then categories, then from and to, like that. Before moving on, let's open back the create transaction dialog. Let's search for the onSuccess callback, and if you remember, on success we are invalidating all the queries which query key starts with overview. And that's why we are using the overview string in the query key of the category stats. Now back here, let's define the query function. This is a function that returns a fetch call like that. The API URL is API stats categories. Then we add the query parameters, so question mark, from equal, then we interpolate date to UTC date. You can import that from lib helpers, from, like that. And then we add end to equal, and then we interpolate date to UTC date to, like that. Then we get the response, so then res, like that, and then we are going to use res.json. Then we are going to define the formatter, so const formatter equal use memo that you can import from React. The first argument is a function, like that. The second one is the dependency array. Return get formatter for currency that you can import from lib helpers. And then we are going to use user settings.currency. Then we update the dependency array with the user settings.currency. Now let's style the div, so class name, let me center the code. Flex w full, flex wrap gap2, md flex no wrap, like that. Let's replace the text category stats with a skeleton wrapper that you can import from components skeleton wrapper. Then we set the isLoading property with stats query.isFetching. Within the skeleton wrapper, we are going to add a categories card. Then let's add some properties to it. So the formatter like that. Type will be income. And data will be stats query data or empty array, like that. Now let's define this component. So at the end of the file, we are going to define function categories card. This takes data, type, and formatter. Now let's type the properties. So we will have type is of type transaction type that you can import from lib types. The formatter is of type intel.number format, like that. And the data is of type get categories response type that you can import from app API stats categories route.ts. Then let's copy the type. We are going to type also the use query hook. So let's do that, like that, perfect. Then let's define the categories card body. We are going to filter the data, so const filtered data equal data.filter. We are going to get all the elements that has the same type of the type that we have in the properties. So l.type equal type, like that. Then we are going to calculate the total amount, so const total equal filtered data.reduce. The first argument is a function, and this function takes the accumulator and also the current element. The body function will return the accumulator plus element.sum that can be null, so question mark dot amount or 0, like that. Then let's add the second argument to the reduce, which is the initial value, and the initial value will be 0, like that. Perfect. Then we are going to type return. Then we will have a card component that you can import from components UI card. Let's style it H80 W full, like that. Let me center the code. Within the card we will have a card header that you can import from components UI card. Within it a card title and with the same import path, so components UI card. Then let's style the card title grid flow row, justify between, gap to, text muted foreground, and on medium breakpoint, so MD semicolon, grid flow column, like that. Then let's add a style to the card component, so in class name, let's add call span6, like that. Then after the card header, let's add a div, let's style it, flex item center, justify between gap 2. Within the div, if filtered data.length is equal to 0, then we are going to render a div, let's style it, flex h60, w full, flex call, item center, justify center, like that. Within the div, we will have the text no data for the selected period. After the text, let's add a paragraph, like that. Then let's style with text SM, text muted foreground. Within the paragraph, try selecting a different period or try adding new, and then we are going to check the type. So if type is equal to income, we are going to write incomes, like that. Otherwise, expenses. Now let's try to select something in February, for example. And now we can see no data for selected period, try selecting a different period, or try adding new incomes. That's perfect. Now let's go back in the category stats component. Then we are going to duplicate the skeleton wrapper, so let's copy, let's paste, and then let's replace the type from income to expense, like that. And don't worry about this strange alignment, because right now the UI is zoomed. If I reset the zoom, you can see that everything looks fine. So let me restore the zoom. Then after this section, we are going to add another section. So if filtered data.length is greater than 0, like that, then we are going to render a scroll area component that you can import from components UI scroll area. Let's style it, so H60, full width, so W full, like that, PX4. Within this component, we will have a div, let's style it, flex W full, flex call, gap 4, P4, like that. Within the div, we are going to map over data, so filtered data, dot map, and for each item, we will have a function, so let's define that. Within the function, we are going to calculate the amount, so const amount, and the amount will be item.sum.amount or 0, like that. Then we are going to define cost percentage, and this will be amount times 100 divided by total or amount, like that. And that's why we have defined this total variable at the beginning. Then let's add the return statement. Within it a div, let's style it with flex, flex call, gap 2. Let's also add a key to it, so key item.category. Then within the div, we are going to add another div. Let's style it. Flex item center, justify between. Then we have a span. Let's style it. Flex item center, text gray 400. Within the span, we are going to render the item.category icon and also the item.category like that. Now let's restore the selection to this month, for example. Then let's extend the selection to the end of the month. So we can see also expenses right there, perfect. But we don't have a card title, so let's go back here. Yeah, I forgot to put the content inside, so back to the card title. If the type is equal to income, we are going to render the incomes. Otherwise, we are going to write expenses and then by category text. Perfect. Now let's go back inside the span, and then after the category icon and the category name, we are going to add a new span, so let's add it like that. Let's style it, margin left 2, text XS, text muted foreground. Within the span, we will have parentheses, that curly braces, within it the percentage, like that. Then we are going to remove digits, so 2 fixed 0, like that. And then after the curly brace, we are going to add the percentage sign like that. Perfect. Then after the second span, so here, let me center the code, we are going to add another span. Let's style it. Text SM, text gray 400. And within the span, we are going to use the formatter, so formatter.format, and we are going to read the amount from that. Perfect. Then after the div, so this one, let me center the code. We are going to display a progress bar, so progress, and you can import that from components UI progress. The value is the percentage like that. And then we are going to add a custom property to the progress called indicator, like that. Then we are going to check if type is equal to income. In that case, we are going to apply BG Emerald 500, otherwise BG Red 500, like that. Now we are going to add the indicator property to the progress component. So let's open back the Project Explorer. Within components in the root folder, so this one. Let's open the UI folder, then let's open the progress.tsx file. So right here. Now we need to add the indicator property to the properties. So we are going to expand this type, so right here, and then an object, then indicator, which is an optional string, like that. Then inside the progress primitive indicator, we are going to wrap the class name with curly braces. Then we are going to wrap it with the cn function, like that. And then we are going to add comma within the cn function props.indicator, like that. And now, as you can see, the progress bar has a background color. Perfect. Now let's see if everything works. So let's add a new income, like test income for progress. Amount 120, like that. Category YouTube. And the date today. Perfect. As you can see, we have reloaded everything. Let's add also a new expense. So rent, let's add 600. Let's create a new category. So housing, and then house here, icon like that. Perfect. Create. Transaction date yesterday, and let's create it. That's perfect. Let's go fix one issue with the stats cards label. You can notice that those are kind of moving around like that while the amount goes up. Let me show you that again. So we are going to fix that. Back to the stats cards component. Then let's go at the end of the file. And let's change item center in this div with item start like that. And now, as you can see, the issue is gone. Perfect. Now let's go back to the demo application. The next thing that we are going to implement is the history section. Let me zoom out. The history section consists of a period selector and a bar chart with a custom tooltip. Back to our application. Open the Project Explorer. Within the dashboard folder, let's go in the page.tsx file. Then let's copy the overview component. Let's paste it. Let's replace overview with history, like that. Then let's open the Project Explorer. Within Dashboard Components folder, let's create a new component called history.tsx. Then use client. Let's define the component, like that. Back to dashboard page.tsx. Then let's import history from app dashboard components history, like that. Then back to the history component. Let's add the properties, user settings. Then let's type user settings that you can import from Prisma client, like that. Then for the charts, we are going to use recharts. So let's open the terminal and let's type npm install recharts, like that. Perfect. Then let's define some states. So const time frame, set time frame. Use state that you can import from React. We are going to use the type time frame. We need to define that. And the initial value will be month, like that. Then back to the Project Explorer, within the lib folder, let's open the types.ts file. Then let's define our type, so export type, time frame equal. This will be a string union, month or year, like that. Let's also define another type that we are going to use in the history section, so export type, period equal year, which is a number, month, which is a number, like that. Back to the history.tsx file, let's import the time frame from lib types. Then let's define const period set period equal use state. Let's type this with period that you can import from lib types. And the initial value will be month equal new date get month, like this, and year new date get full year, like this. Then we are going to define the formatter, so const formatter equal use memo that you can import from React. The first argument is a function, the second one is the dependency array. Return get formatter for currency user settings.currency. Let's also add these to the dependency array. Perfect. Then let's style the div, so class name, container. Within the div we are going to add a heading tag, so h2. Let's style it. Margin top 12, text 3 XL, font bold. Within the heading we will write history, like that. After the heading we are going to use a card component that you can import from components UI card. Let's style it, call span 12, margin top 2, W full. Within the card we will have a card header component, import that from components UI card. Within this a card title component, same import. Let's style the card header with gap2. Then within the card header we will have a card title, import that from components UI card. Let's style the card title, so class name, grid flow row, like that. Justify between, gap2, md, grid flow call, like that. Within the card title we are going to use the history period selector that takes the period, so period equal period, the set period function, so set period, like that, the time frame, so time frame equal time frame, and the set time frame, like that. Then let's close the tag. Then after the history period selector we are going to add a div, let's style it, flex h10, gap2. Within the div we are going to use the badge component that you can import from components UI badge, variant outline, and let's style it, so class name, flex item center, gap2, text sm, and within the badge we are going to add a div, let's style it, h4, w4, rounded full, background emerald 500, like that. And after the div we are going to write income. And as you can see I have the div with nothing inside, and then I have the income text. Now let's copy the badge, let's paste it right below. Let's change emerald to red, and then let's change income with expense, like this. Now we are going to define the history period selector, so let's open the Project Explorer. Within dashboard components we are going to create a new file, history period selector.tsx. Let's use client. Let's define the component, like that. Then let's define the properties, so interface props. So period is of type period that you can import from lib types. Set period is a function that takes period of type period and returns void, like that. Then we have the time frame of type time frame that you can import from lib types. And then set time frame, which is a function that takes time frame of type time frame and returns void. Now let's use the properties, so period, set period, time frame, set time frame, and the type is props, like that. Back to history.tsx file, and now we can import the history period selector from app dashboard components history period selector. Back to the history period selector. Now we need an API that returns the history periods, so back to the Project Explorer, inside API. Let's create a new folder called history-periods, like that. Then within the folder, let's create the file route.ts. So export async function get that take request of type request, like that. Let's get the user, so const user equal await current user that you can import from clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect to sign in page, and you can import redirect from next navigation. Then we are going to get periods, so const periods equal get history periods, and this takes the user.id, and then we are going to return response.json with the periods, like that. Now let's define async function, get history periods. This takes the user ID of type string. We have done the same thing many times, so now you know that we are going to export type get history periods response type equal awaited return type, and then type of the name of the function, so get history periods. Let's close this, perfect. Then let's define the function, const result equal await Prisma that you can import from lib Prisma dot month history dot find many. Then we are going to filter for the user ID, like that. We are going to select the year, so year true, like that. Then we are going to distinct the year, so year. And then order by, let's add an object, year ascend, like that. Now, since the result is an object, we are going to extract the year, so right there, const years equal result.map l.year, like that. Let me center the code. If there are no years, so if years length is 0, like that, return the current year, like that. So we are going to return an array that contains new date, get full year, like this. Otherwise, we are going to return years. Perfect. Now let's check the type of the API, which is an array of number. Back to the history period selector. Now we are going to call the API, so const history periods equal use query that you can import from Tanstack React query. Then we are going to set the query key. The first thing will be overview, then history, then periods, like that. Then let's define the query function, so a function. Let's call fetch library. Let's set the URL API history periods, like that. Then let's take res and let's call res.json, like that. Then let's style this div, so class name, flex wrap, item center, gap 4. So let's change the div content and let's put a skeleton wrapper that you can import from components skeleton wrapper. Let's set the isLoading property to history periods, but I don't find that. Yeah, we have a typo here, so history periods, like that. History periods dot is fetching. And then we are going to set full width to false. Then within the skeleton wrapper, we are going to add the tabs component, like that you can import from components UI tabs. Then let's set the value with time frame in the properties. And also on value change, we receive a value and we call set time frame with value, and we need to cast it so as time frame, like that. Then within tabs, we are going to add tabs list component that you can import from components UI tabs. Within it, we are going to have a tabs trigger that you can import from components UI tabs. Let's set value here, like that. Let's close the tag, and within the tag, we are going to write here, like this. Then let's duplicate the trigger, like that. Let's change the value with month, and also here with month. Now let me center the code. Then after the skeleton wrapper, let's add a div and let's style it. Flex wrap, items center, gap 2. Then within the div, we are going to use again the skeleton wrapper. Let's set is loading with history periods, dot is fetching, like this. Then we are going to use the here selector component that we have to define. Let's add the period to it, so period, the set period, so set period. And we also need the years property, so years, history periods, dot data, or an empty array, like that. Let's close this tag, perfect. Then let's go back to the use query. Let's type it, so get history periods response type that you can import from app API history periods route.ts. Then let's go at the end of the file and let's define function here selector. Let's add the properties, so period, set period, and years. Let's type those. period is of type period. Set period is a function that takes period of type period and return nothing, so return void. And years is of type get history periods response type. And if you double check, you will see that years is an array of number. Perfect. Now let's define the year selector. So let me center the code. Return. Then we are going to use the select component that you can import from components UI select. The value will be the period dot year dot to string, like that. Then let's set on value change. This is a function that receives a value. And then we are going to update the period. So set period. The month remains the same, so period dot month. And the year is parse int value, like that. Then let's close the select tag. Perfect. Now within the select tag, let's add a select trigger that you can import from components UI select. Let's style it with W, which stands for width 180 pixels, like that. Within the trigger, we are going to use the select value component that you can import from components UI select. Then after the trigger, select content that you can import from components UI select. We are going to map over the years, so years.map. And then for each year, we are going to render a select item that you can import from components UI select. The key is the year, and the value is year.toString, like that. Let's close the select item, and within it, we are going to write year. And we have this error, which is strange because we shouldn't have that. So let me check the code. Probably we have an error in the API. So let's check that. Oh yeah, we don't have the await here. Let's try again. Perfect. Now back to the history period selector. Now let's create a new transaction in another year. So test year 44. I don't know, salary. Let me select next year, for example, create, let's check, and as you can see now, we can also see the 2025 year. Perfect. Now back to the editor, then let's go back until you find the year selector, and after the skeleton wrapper, we are going to check if time frame is equal to month. If that is true, we are going to render a skeleton wrapper. Let me center the code. Let's set is loading, history periods dot is fetching, full width false. Then let's close the tag, and within the skeleton wrapper we are going to use a month selector, like that takes the period and also the set period function, so set period. Let's close the tag, then let's scroll down, let's copy the year selector component, like that. Let's paste it. Let's rename the copied version with month selector. Let's remove years from the properties. Then in the value we are going to replace year with month. Then we are going to do the opposite here. So year takes period.year and month takes parseInt of value. Perfect. Then in the content, we are going to replace years with an array. And this array contains 0, which is January, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And 11 stands for December. Then let's change year with month. Then let's wrap this function with curly braces, like that. We are going to add a return here. Then before the return, we are going to define const month string, like that. New date, period.year, month 1 to locale string. The locale will be default. And then we are going to set month long, like that. Then we are going to replace this year with month string. And then we set the key with month. And also replace year with month. Perfect. Let's try it. Perfect. Now let's try to select the year tab. And as you can see, we can only select the year. Perfect. And that's everything for the history period selector. Let's go back to the history.tsx file. And the next thing that we are going to do is to create an API that takes the time frame and the period and returns the data that we will use in the chart. So back to the Project Explorer. And within the API folder, let's create a new folder, history-data, and within the folder, route.ts. Then export async function, get, that takes request of type request. Then let's get the user, also const user equal current user that you can import from clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, redirect that you can import from next navigation. to the sign-in page, like that. As I said earlier, we are going to read the period and the time frame in this API. So const, and then we are going to deconstruct search params, like that, from new URL request.url. Then we are going to read the time frame, so const time frame equal search params.get time frame, like that. Then const year equals search params.get year. And lastly, const month equals search params.get month. Then we need to validate this, so before the get function, we are going to define const get history data schema, like that, equal z that you can import from zod.object. Then we have the time frame, which is zod.enum, and within it the array with month string or year string. Then we have month, zod.coerce.number, then we set min 0, max 11, like that, and default 0. And lastly, we have year, which is zod, coerce, a number, like that. We can limit that if you want, so min 2000, max 3000, like that. Now we can validate the fields, so const query params equal get history data schema dot save parts. Let's pass the time frame, month and year, like that. Let me center the code. If query params dot success is false, return response.json, query params dot error dot message, and then status 400, like that. And then const data equal await get history data. This takes user.id, then this takes query params.data.timeframe, and then takes an object, which is a period object, so month, query params.data.month, and year, query params.data.year. Then we have this error, so property ID does not exist. Okay, we need to await current user, like that. Then we are going to define get history data, so async function get history data. This takes user ID of type string, then the time frame of type time frame that you can import from lib types, and then period of type period that you can import from lib types. Then we will have a switch statement, time frame, case year, and in this case we are going to return await get year history data. This takes the user ID and the period.year. Otherwise, case month, we are going to return await get month history data, like that, that takes user ID, period.year, and period.month. Then let's define the type, as always, so export type get history data response type equal awaited, return type of, and then the name of the function, so get history data, like that. Now we are going to define those two helpers functions, so async function get year history data. This takes user ID of type string, year of type number. Let me move this because this will be pretty long. Const result equal, so const result equal await Prisma that you can import from lib Prisma dot year history dot group by. In this case, we are going to define by month, and this in reality is not going to do anything because in year history data is already grouped by month, but we need to specify the by property in a group by, so we need that. Then we are going to filter, so we get the records for the user ID and for the selected year, like that. Then, since this is a group by, we can sum the aggregates, so sum expense true and also income true. So for each month of the year, we are going to sum the expense and the income. And then we are going to order it, so order by, we are going to order by the month as sent, like that. Then we are going to check if a result is not defined or if result.length is 0. In this case, we are going to return an empty array. Now we are going to define a type that we will use in this function, so type history data, like that. Let's define the fields, so expense number, income number, year number, month number, and day optional number, like that. Before moving on with the code, let me explain something. Let's make an example, and let's suppose that in the 2023 we have only added transactions in the month of January. What happens is that this query will return an array with only one object, and this object contains, for example, I don't know, month January, so 0, then for example income 400, expense 500, and then the year 2023. And this is totally fine. What I want to do now is to add the missing months, so for example month 1, etc., until we reach month 11, because in this format it will be way easier to handle this data in the bar chart. So now we are going to transform this response in what we want. Now let me remove the comment. So we are going to define const history of type history data, and this will be an array. And let's start with an empty array, like that. Then let me move everything like that. Now we are going to loop over all possible months. So for let I equal 0, I lower than 12, I plus plus, like that. Then let's define let expense equal 0. Let's copy this, let's paste, let income, this will be our default value. Then we are going to search the month inside the result, so const month equal result.find row, and then row.month equal I. If we can find the month with the result, we are going to update expense with the month.sum.expense or 0 if this is undefined. Let's do the same for the income. So income, like that. And now we are just going to push this into the history. So history push, here the month is I, like that, expense and income. What happens is that if we don't find the month in the result, we are just pushing the year month with expense and income set to 0. That's it. And now we can return history, like that. Perfect. Then we are going to define the get month history data. So let's copy this. Let's go at the end of the file, function, get month history data. We will have user ID of type string, year of type number, and month of type number. The process will be pretty similar, except for the fact that we are not going to loop over month, but we are going to loop over days of each month. So let me scroll that. So const result equal await prisma.month history, in this case, dot group by. We are going to group by day. Then we are going to filter. So where. But before doing that, let's add async to the function because I forgot that, like that. Perfect. Then back to the where filter, we are going to get only the user records, so user ID, for that particular year, for that particular month, like that. Then we are going to sum the results, so we are going to sum the expense column and also the income column, so true. And then order by day ascend, like that. Then again, we are going to check if result is not defined or result.length is equal to 0. We are going to return an empty array, like that. Then we are going to define history, so const history of type history data array equal an empty array. There is a typo here, perfect. Then we are going to loop over the days of each month, and that number can change, so we have to calculate that. Const days in month equal days in month, you can import that from date FNS. Then we need a new date, year, and current month, like that. Then for let I equal 1, I lower or equal than 31, I plus plus, like that. Let expense equal 0, then let's copy these, let's paste, let's replace expense with income, like that. Then we have const day equal result.find. We are going to search the day in the results, so row, and then row.day equal I, like that. If the day is defined, expense becomes day.sum.expense or 0. Let's copy these. Let's make the same for income, so income, like that. And then we are going to push everything to the history, so history push. This is an object that contains expense, income, year, month, and the day is I, like that. Then we are going to return history. And that's all for this API. So let's double check the type right here. And as you can see, this is an array of history data. Perfect. Now back to history.tsx file. And then after the formatter, we can call the API. So const history data query equal use query that you can import from Tanstack React query. Let's define the query key with overview, history, time frame, and also period. Then let's define the query function. So a function that returns a fetch API call like that. The API URL is /API/history-data question mark. Then we are going to add the parameters. So time frame equal. Let's interpolate time frame like that. Then end year. Let's interpolate the years. So period.year. End month equal. And let's interpolate period.month like that. Then we get the response and we do res.json like that. Then we are going to define a utility variable, so const data available like that. And this will be true if history data query.data is defined and if history data query.data.length is greater than 0. Now let's check that this API works. Is the first one here because the key is overview history, then we have the time frame and then the period like that. So let's refetch it and this is not working. So let's go back to our API. Let's double check that. So history data. And the problem is that we are not returning data right here. So return response.json data like that. Let's try to refetch now. And as you can see now we have the data. We have one row for each day, as you can see. That's perfect. Let's try also the year query. So let's open back the DevTools. Let's check the query, which is the first one. And the response contains the month 0, 1, 2, etc. Perfect. Now we are going to add the chart. So back in the history.tsx file. Then after the card header component, so here we are going to define card content component that you can import from components UI card. Within this, we will have a skeleton wrapper. Let's set is loading to history data query dot is fetching like that. Let's close this. And inside we are going to check if data available is true like that. We are going to render the chart within this thing. So for now, we are going to write a div chart like that. Otherwise, if data is not available like this, we are going to return a card. Let's style it. Flex, age 300 pixels, like that. Flex call, item center, justify center, background, so BG background. Then inside we are going to write no data for the selected period, like that. Then let's add a paragraph, let's style it. Text SM, text muted foreground. And within the paragraph we are going to write try selecting a different period or adding new transactions, like that. And now we are going to define the chart. We are going to define all the imports, so back here, and we are going to do import, bar chart, Cartesian grid, responsive container, tooltip, x-axis, y-axis, from recharts, like that. Then back to the div that contains the chart text, this one. Let's replace this with responsive container, this one. Let's set width 100% and then height 300, like that. Then within the container we will use the bar chart component. Let's set height to 300. Then let's set data to history data query dot data, like that. And then bar category gap to 5. Within the bar chart component we will have defs like this. Now let's go back to the demo application. And now, as you can see, each bar in the chart has a background gradient. So we are going to define that back in our application. Inside the defs, we are going to define a tag called linear gradient, like this. Then we set the ID property, income bar. Then x1 is 0, y1 is 0, x2 is 0, and y2 is 1. Then let's close this. Then within this linear gradient, we will have a stop tag offset 0 as a string like that. Then let's set the stop color, and the color will be this, so you can copy that. 10b981. And then let's set stop opacity to 1 like that. Let's close this tag. Now let's copy that, let's paste. Then let's replace offset with 1 and stop opacity with 0. The color will be the same. Basically, this is the green gradient that we are going to use for the income bar. Now let's copy the linear gradient. Let's paste like that. Let's replace income bar with expense bar. And then we are going to change the color. So EF4444. Then let's copy the color and let's replace also this one like that. Then after the definitions, we are going to add a Cartesian grid component. Let's use the self-close tag here. Let's add some properties. So stroke-array, and this will be a string 5 space 5 like that. Stroke opacity 0.2. And then we set vertical to false like that. Then after the Cartesian grid, we are going to use the x-axis component. Let's use the self-closing tag. And now, as you can see, we start seeing something. Perfect. Now let's add some properties here. So stroke equal hash and then 6 times 8 like that. Then font size takes 12. Tick line false. Axis line false. And then padding is an object. So left 5, right 5 like that. Then we are going to add the data key property, which is a function that takes data. Within it, we are going to extract year, month, and day from data, like that. Then we are going to recreate the date, so const date, new date, year, month, day. And since the day is optional, we are going to cover that with or1, like this. Then we are going to check if time frame is equal to year. We are going to return date to locale date string. The locale is default. And then we are going to set month long like that. Otherwise, return date to locale date string default and then day 2 digit like that. Perfect. Then we are going to add the y-axis like that. Let's use the self-close tag. Then we are going to add some properties that we can copy from the x-axis. So let's copy stroke font size, tick line, and axis line. Let's copy those. Let's paste like that. Perfect. And now we are going to define our bars. So bar component, data key takes income, label is income, the field property takes URL, and then the ID hash income bar like that. Then let's set the radius to 4, class name cursor pointer like that. Let's use the self-closing tag. Perfect. Now let's copy the bar, let's paste. Let's do the same for the expense. So expense here, then expense in the label, then expense bar here. Let's save. Let's try also the year one. Perfect. Now, as you can see, I'm hovering with the mouse, but we don't see anything, so we are going to add a tooltip. So after the expense bar, we are going to add the tooltip component, like that. Let me center the code. Let's use the self-closing tag here. And now, as you can see, I can hover it, but we need to style everything and define the tooltip. So we are going to set cursor. This is an object inside opacity 0.1. And now, as you can see, we have set the cursor background opacity. And then we need to define the content for the tooltip. So content equal, this is a function that takes props, and we are going to return a custom tooltip component like this. We are going to pass the formatter to it, so formatter, and we are going to spread the props like that. Now let's define the custom tooltip. So at the end of the file, function custom tooltip like that. Let's add the properties, so active, payload and formatter of type any. Then we are going to do if is not active or payload is not defined or payload.length is equal to 0. In this case, we are going to return null. Otherwise, we are going to return a div. Let's style it. Min width 300 pixel like that. Rounded, border, background, so BG background, P4. Within the div, we are going to render a tooltip row. Within the div, we are going to render a tooltip row. Let's pass the formatter to it, so formatter like that. The label will be expense. The value is expense. Then we will have a background color, so BG color, BG red 500, like that. And then text color equal text red 500. Let's close the tag. Now we need to read this expense, so const data equal payload 0 dot payload. And then we are going to extract expense and income from data. Now we need to define this tooltip row. So function, tooltip row, let's define the properties, label, value, BG color, BG text, formatter, like that. Then let's type the properties. So label string, text color string, like that, BG color string, value number, and formatter intel dot number format, like that. Then let's change the BG text property to text color. Now let me center this, and then we are going to return div, let's style it, flex item center, gap 2, like that. Let's put a div inside, let's style it. We are going to style this with the cm function that you can import from libutils. And let's set h4, w4, rounded full, then comma, bg color, like that. And let's change the closing tag to a self-closing tag. This basically will be a dot, so let's try it. And as you can see, we have this red dot, perfect. Then let's add another div, let's style it, flex w full, justify between, like that. Within the div, we will have a paragraph, text sm, text muted foreground, like that. Inside, we will render the label. Then after the paragraph, we are going to add another div. Let's style it with the cm function. So text sm, font bold, and then comma, and we apply the text color, like that. Within this div, we are going to use the count up component that you can import from React count up. Let's set duration to 0.5, preserve value, the end will take value, decimals 0, then we set the formatting function that takes value, formatter.format value, like that, and then class name text sm. Let's close the component. Now let's fix the import because we have to remove this build count up. I don't know why it has done that. So count up from React count up, like that. Perfect. Now let's try it. Perfect. Now back to the custom tooltip. Let's copy the tooltip row and let's paste 2 times, like that. Then here, let's change the label to income, value income, BG color text emerald 500, text color text emerald 500. Then let's edit the last tooltip row, so label balance, value income minus expense, like that. Background color becomes BG gray 100, like that. And the text becomes text foreground, like that. Let's check the tooltip now. Perfect, so now we have expense, income, and balance inside the tooltip. And that is what we want, but there is still a problem with the tooltip. You can see that if I move the mouse over the same month, for example April, you can notice that each time that I move the mouse over the same month, the tooltip gets re-rendered. And the reason why this bug happens is that the formatting function is recalculated on every render. So we can fix that using use callback. So const formatting function equal use callback. The first argument is a function. The second one is the dependency array. The function takes a value of type number. And in the function we are going to return formatter.format value, like that. And the dependency is the formatter, like that. Then let's replace this with the formatting function and let's try. And as you can see now, I'm re-rendering the tooltip only if the data changes. Perfect. Now we are going to fix an issue. Let me open the DevTools. And if I trigger the loading state on the history periods, you will see that the skeleton is not correct. So let's go back in the history period selector. Let's search for the year selector, so this one, the skeleton wrapper that is wrapping the year selector, and we are going to add the property full width set to false, like that. And now as you can see, everything is fine. We need to address one last thing, and you can find the issue if you analyze the days in the chart. As you can see, we have this 0, 1 after the day 30. So let's go back in the Project Explorer, in the API folder, history data, route.ts, like that. And the problem is this one, that we have defined these days in month and we haven't used that. So let's replace the 31 with days in month. Now let's refresh the page and everything should work exactly. Let's try, for example, to select February. Let's add a new income, so test 50, category salary, and let's select 7 February, like that. And as you can see, February this year in 2024 has 29 days, which is correct. Let's try also to add something last year, so test Feb, like that, 50. Salary, let me select February 2023. Like that. So let's select year. And as you can see, last year, February had 28 days. That's perfect. And right now we have just finished the history section, which means that we have finished the dashboard page. Let's go back to the demo application. Let's go to the manage page, like that. In this page, we can change the user currency. We can also create categories and delete existing ones. So let's go back to our application. Let's open the Project Explorer. Within the dashboard folder, let's create a new folder called manage. And within this folder, the page.tsx file, like that. Let's make this page a client component, so use client. Then let's create the component, like that. Now let's visit the page. Then let's replace this div with a fragment, like that. Within the fragment, let's add a div, let's style it. Border bottom background card, like that. Then let's create another div, let's style it. Container, flex wrap, items center, justify between, gap 6, py 8. Then within this div, let's create another div, and within it a paragraph, let's style it. Text 3 Excel, font bold, and we are going to write manage, like that. Then let's add another paragraph, let's style it. Text muted foreground, and within the tag, manage your account settings and categories. Let me add comments so you can see that better. This is the header part, so we can add comments like that. Then we are going to define another div, let's style it. Container flex call, gap 4 p4. Within this div, we will have a card component that we can import from components UI card. Within the card, a card header component, same import. Then a card title, same import. The title will be currency, like that. Then let's set a card description that you can import from components UI card. And within it, set your default currency for transactions, like that. Then after the card header, we are going to use a card content component that you can import from components UI card. Then within card content, we are going to use currency combo box that you can import from components currency combo box. Now let's try to change the currency, for example, to euro. Back to the dashboard, perfect. Let's also check in the tooltip, perfect. Now back to the manage page. And after the card, we are going to add a category list component. Let's set type to income, like that. And then we are going to define category list component type expense. Now let's go at the end of the file and let's define the category list component. So right here, function, category list, then let's set type as property, let's type that, so type of type transaction type that you can import from lib types. Now we need an API that returns the user categories, so we can use that, so const categories query equal use query that you can import from Tanstack React query. Then let's set the query key, categories, and also the type parameter, like that. Let me center the code. Then let's define the query function, which is a function that calls the fetch API. The API URL is /API/categories. Let's add the type parameter, so like that. Let's interpolate the value, type. Then res and res.json, like that. Now let's add the return statement. Within it, a skeleton wrapper component that you can import from components skeleton wrapper. Let's set isLoading property with categories query.isFetching. Within the skeleton wrapper, let's use the card component, then a card header. Within it, a card title. Let's style the title, flex item center, justify between, gap 2, like that. Then within the title, let's add a div, let's style it, flex item center gap 2, and within the div we are going to check if type is equal expense. In that case, we are going to show a trending down icon that you can import from Lucid React. Let's style it. Let me also close the tag like that. Then let's set the style. H12, width 12, item center, rounded GL, background red 400 and opacity 10% like that. P2, text red 500. Otherwise, we are going to render a trending up icon that you can import from Lucid React. We can copy the class name from the trending down. Let's copy it. And then let's change the red color with emerald like that. Emerald and emerald. I have a typo here on rounded. This must be rounded LG. And also this one, rounded LG. Perfect. Then after this div, let's add another div. Within it, we are going to check if type is equal to income. We are going to render incomes like that, otherwise expenses, and then categories like that. Then within the categories text, we are going to add another div. Let's style it. Text SM, text muted foreground. And within this div, sorted by name text. Perfect. Then before the card title closing tag, we are going to add a create category dialog that you can import from app dashboard components, create category dialog. We are going to set type to type. Then we are going to set the success callback. And in this case, we are going to just call the categories query dot refetch like that. Let's close the tag. Then we are going to move this section near the icon. And we can do that by moving this div within this other div. So we can select this and move that here, like that. Let's remove this. Perfect. Then we are going to render a custom trigger for the create category dialog. So let's add a trigger property. Then inside a button that you can import from components UI button. Then let's style it, class name, gap2, text SM. Within the button, we are going to use a plus square icon that you can import from Lucid React. Let's style it H4W4, and then we are going to write create category like that. Now we need to handle this trigger property in the create category dialog. So let's open the file create category dialog.tsx. In the properties, let's add a trigger, which is optional and which is a React node that you can import from React like that. Then let's add the trigger to the properties. So trigger. Then let's search the dialog trigger, so this one. And what we are going to do is to wrap this button with curly braces, and then inside we are going to type if trigger is defined, then render the trigger, otherwise the button. And now as you can see, we can see our custom trigger. Now back to the manage page. Let's try to click this button. Perfect. Now we are going to render the category, so after the card header, let's add a separator component that you can import from components UI separator. Now we are going to define a variable, so let's go back up and right here, let's go define const data available. And this will be a boolean that will be true if categories query.data is defined and if categories query.data.length is greater than 0, like that. Now let's scroll down. And after the separator, we are going to add if data available is false, like that. In this case, we are going to render a div, let's style it. Flex H40, full width, so W full, items center, and justify center, like that. Then within this div, let's add a paragraph. Let me center the code. And inside, we are going to write no. Then let's add a span, and let's style it with the cn function. So cn, then margin 1. And if type is equal to income, then apply text emerald 500, otherwise apply text red 500, like that. Within the span, we are going to render the type, and after the span, categories yet text, like that. Let's remove this and also this. Then after the paragraph, let's add another paragraph, let's style it, text SM, text muted foreground. And within this paragraph, we are going to write create one to get started, like that. Then we are going to check if data is available. In that case, we are going to render a div. Let's style it. Grid flow row, gap2, p2, sm, grid flow row, sm grid calls 2, md grid calls 3, lg grid calls 4, like that. Let me center the code, and within this div we are going to iterate over categories query.data.map. We get a category like that, and for each category we return a component called category card that takes the category like that, category. Let's also set the key to category.name. Then let's type the category, so let's wrap that in parentheses, and let's type it with category that you can import from Prisma client. And now let's define the category card component. So right here, function category card. Let's define the properties, so category. Then let's type the props, so category of type category. Inside we are going to return a div, so let's style it. Flex, border, separate, flex call, justify between, rounded MD, border, shadow MD, then shadow black, slash 01 in brackets like that. And on dark mode, shadow white, slash 0.1 like that. Within this div, let's add another div, let's style it. Flex, flex call, items center, gap to P4. Within this div, let's add a span, let's style it. Text 3XL, let's also add role image. And in the span, we are going to render the category.icon like that. Let me center the code. After the span, we will have another span that contains category.name. Then after this div, we are going to create a new button. Let's style it, flex, W full, border separate, item center, gap to, rounded T none, text muted foreground, and on over background red 500, 20% like that. Let's also put variant secondary. Then let's close the button tag. And within the button, we are going to use the trash icon that you can import from Lucid React. Let's style it H4W4, and then let's add the remove text, like that. Perfect. And now we are going to define the remove button. So back to the Project Explorer. Within the components folder inside the dashboard, let's create a new file, delete category dialog.tsx. Let's make it a client component, so use client. Then let's define the component with the snippet, perfect. Then let's define the properties, so interface props, trigger of type React node that you can import from React, and the category of type category that you can import from Prisma client. Then we need to define an API for deleting the category, so back in the Project Explorer, let's open the actions folder inside dashboard, and let's open the categories.ts file. Then at the end of the file, let's define a new function, so export async function delete category. This takes an object, let's call it form, and the type is delete category schema type. So let's define this type back to the Project Explorer. Let's open the schema folder and then the categories.ts file. Then let's define export const delete category schema z.object. Then let's copy the content from the create category schema and let's delete the icon property like that. And then we are going to export type delete category schema like that equal zot.infer type of delete category schema like that. Now back to categories server action. Let's import delete category schema type from schema categories. Then we can copy the validation part from the create category server action, so like this, copy. Let's paste it. Let's rename create category schema with delete category schema like that. And then let's replace create category schema with delete category schema that you can import from schema categories. And then const categories equal await prisma.category.delete. Let's set the where. Then we are going to add a unique property, which is name, user ID, and type, like that, which is an object that takes the user ID, which is user.id, the name, which is parsed body.data.name, and then the type, which is parsed body.data.type, like that. Basically, we are deleting a category that belongs to the user ID with the name and the type. And then we can just remove this and return this, like that. Now let's go back to delete category dialog file. Let's define our mutation, so const delete mutation equal use mutation that you can import from Tanstack React query. Let's define the mutation function, which is delete category that you can import from app, dashboard, actions, categories. Then let's define the onSuccess callback. On success, we are going to display a success toast. Let's import toast from sonner.success, like that. The message will be category deleted successfully, like that. And then we are going to add an ID to the toast. So ID, category identifier. Let's call it that way. Let's define that. So const category identifier equal. Then we're going to interpolate the category.name, like that. And the category dot type, but I forgot to add the properties here, so category of type props, like that. Let's also add the trigger. Then on success we are going also to invalidate all the categories around the application, so we need a query client for that. Const query client equal use query client that you can import from Tanstack React query. Then after the toast, await query client dot invalidate queries. And we are going to invalidate the queries, which query key starts with categories, like that. Then let's set the function async. Perfect. Then let's define the onError callback. And we are going to display an error message. So toast.error, something went wrong. Let's also add the ID. So ID category identifier, like that. Perfect. Now let's replace the div with an alert dialog that you can import from components UI alert dialog. And we are going to use the same import, so components UI alert dialog, for all the components that I'm going to use within the alert dialog. So alert dialog trigger as child, and here we are going to render the trigger property, like that. Let's close the tag. Then alert dialog content, within it alert dialog header. Within the header, we will have an alert dialog title. Within the title, we are going to write, are you absolutely sure? Then we have an alert dialog description. This action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete your category, like that. Then after the alert dialog header, let's add the alert dialog footer component. Within it, an alert dialog cancel component. Inside we are going to write cancel, like that. And then we will have alert dialog action component. Within it we are going to write continue. And then let's set the onClick property. So onClick takes a function. Then we are going to render the loading toast. So toast loading, deleting category, like that. Let's set the ID, category identifier, like that. And then we are going to call the mutation, so delete mutation dot mutate. This takes the name, so category dot name, and also the type, so category dot type. And we need to cast the type, so as transaction type. Perfect. Now back to the main H page, like that. And before the remove button, let's add the delete category dialog component that you can import from app dashboard component, delete category dialog, like that. Then let's pass the category to it, so category takes category, and also the trigger, and the trigger will be the button. So let's take the button and let's move it inside here, inside the trigger, like that. Now let's try it. So let's try to remove the test category, remove, continue. And as you can see now, we don't have that. Let's do the same, for example, with the test selection. Perfect. Then if you don't want to see the skeleton on each delete, what you can do is change the isLoading property from categories query is fetching to categories query is loading. The isLoading becomes true only on the first call. So let's refresh the page. Let's try to delete the YouTube category. And as you can see, I have deleted that without triggering the skeleton wrapper. And that's all for the manage page. Now let's go back to the demo application. Let's click the transactions page. And this is the last page that we are going to build. This page consists of a data range picker and also a table. Now back to our application. Let's open the Project Explorer. Within the dashboard folder, let's create a new folder called transactions, like that. Within this folder, page.tsx file. Let's make this page a client component. Then let's define the component, like that. Now let's visit the page. Then let's style the div, so class name, border bottom, background card, like that. Let's change the div content with a new div, let's style it. Container flex, flex wrap, item center, justify between, gap6 py8. Then within this div, let's add a new div. Then let's add a paragraph, let's style it. Text 3XL, font bold. Within the tag, let's write transactions history, like that. Then we have a typo here, so background like that, card, perfect. Then we are going to use the data range picker and we can copy the code from the overview component, so back in the Project Explorer. Let's open components, overview, then copy the data range picker code, back to the transactions page. Let's paste it after this div, like that. Then we can import data range picker from components UI data range picker. Then let's import difference in days from date FNS and also max that range days from lib constants. Then we are going to define the data range state, so const right here, data range, set data range equal, use state, let's type this with from date to date, like that. Then let's set the initial value, which is an object from start of month that you can import from date FNS of new date and to new date, like that. Then let's import useState from React and also toast from Sonner. Then we are going to rename the page component, so transactions page, like that. Make sure to also update the export default name. As you can see, things are not aligned, so let's select the data range picker and let's move here before this div, like that, perfect. Then let me show you something. If you open the data range picker, in dark mode there is a background color on the inputs, so we are going to fix that. Open the Project Explorer within the components folder, UI, then open the date input.tsx file, and then we are going to apply background transparent to each input. So this is the first input, which is the month input. Let's scroll down, we have another input, so let's apply that. Then let's scroll down and apply background transparent also to the last input. And now as you can see, the background color is gone, perfect. Back to the transactions page. Now that we have the data range picker, we are going to create the transactions table. So let's open back the Project Explorer. Within the transactions folder, we are going to create a new folder called _components, like that. Within this folder, we are going to create transaction table.tsx file. This will be a client component, so use client. Let's define the component, RFC. Now back to the transactions page, so page.tsx. Then let's wrap everything with a fragment, so like that. Let's move the fragment here. And after the last div, let's add a new div, let's style it, container. And within the div, we are going to import transaction table component that you can import from app dashboard transactions component transaction table. And we are going to pass from date range.from and also to equal date range.to. Let's close this. Back to the transaction table.tsx. Let's define the properties, interface props, from date to date, like that. Let's add the properties to the component from to of type props, like that. The first thing that we are going to do is an API that returns transactions filtered by from and to date. Back in the Project Explorer, within the API folder, let's create a new folder called transactions-history, like that. Within this folder, let's create route.ts, like that. Then export async function, get. This takes a request of type request, like that. Then let's get the user, const user equal await current user that you can import from clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect and import that from Next navigation to the sign-in page, like that. Then this validation will be the same that we have done in the overview section, so const search params equal new URL request.url. Then let's define const from equal search params.get from, then const to equal search params.get to. Now let's validate the parameters, so const query params equal overview query schema that you can import from schema overview dot save parse, then from and to, like that. If query params.success is false, then return response.json, query params.error.message, and let's set the status code to 400, like that. Then we are going to define the transaction, so const transactions equal await get transactions history. This takes the user.id, query params.data.from, and query params.data.to. And then we are going to return the transactions. Now, as always, we are going to define this function and its type. Now let's define this function. Let me center the code. Async function get transactions history. This takes user ID of type string from of type date to of type date, like that. Then we are going to get all the user transactions in that period. And then for each transaction, we are going to calculate the formatted amount. And by doing that, we will have the data already ready for the table. So let's start by getting user settings because we need the currency. So user settings equal await Prisma that you can import from Prisma dot user settings dot find unique. Let's filter by the user ID. So where user ID, like that. Let me move the code like that. If user settings are not defined, we are going to throw a new error, user settings not found. Then we are going to create the formatter, so const formatter equal get formatter for currency, and you can import this from lib helpers, user settings dot currency, like that. Then we are going to get the transactions, so const transactions equal await prisma dot transaction dot find many. Then let's define the filter, so where user ID and then date greater than equal from lower than equal to, like that. We are also going to order the result, so order by date descend, like that. And now we are going to return the transactions with also the formatted amount, so return transactions.map, and for each transaction we are going to return an object, so like this. Let's spread the transaction to it, and then we are going to add a formatted amount property, which is a new property, and this will be set with formatter.format transaction.amount, like that. Let me also add a comment. Let's format the amount with the user currency, like that. Then we are going to export the type of this function, so export type get transaction history response type, awaited return type of, and then the name of the function, so get transaction history, like that. Now let's check the type, and as you can see we have the original transaction plus the formatted amount field plus the formatted amount property. Perfect. And before moving on, we have to fix the return statement in the main get API. So let's do return response.json and then transactions, like that. Perfect. Now let's go back to the transactions table.tsx file. Now we can use the API that we have created, so const history equal use query that you can import from Tanstack React query. Let's set the query key, so query key transactions history, and then let's also add from and to. Then let's define the query function, which is a function that calls the fetch library, like that. Then let's set the API URL, so /APIs/transactions-history, like that. Let's add the parameters, so question mark from equal. We are going to interpolate date to UTC date that you can import from lib helpers, and we are going to remove the time zone from the date of from. And then let's add another parameter to equal. Let's interpolate date to UTC date to. This is the same thing that we have done for the overview APIs. And after the call, we are going to do then res and then res.json, like that. Now we are going to define the table. And for the table, we are going to use SHA-CN data table, which relies on Tanstack table. For the transaction table, we are not going to rewrite all the code from scratch because that will be useless. What we will do instead is to take pieces of code from the documentation and build our table. Let's start by the installation section, so let's open the terminal. Now the first thing says to add the table component to our project. You should already have that, so let's double check in components, UI, table, like that. If you don't have this file, then type in the terminal npx SHA-CN UI at latest add table. Then we are going to install Tanstack React table, so back in the terminal, npm install at tanstack/react-table, like that. Perfect. Now let's close the terminal. Then let's follow the basic table example. So let's start by the column definitions. So back in our code, export const columns. This is of type column def, And the type will be transaction history row, like that. Let's close this. This is an array, so like that. And then we have an empty array for now. Then we are going to import column def. So let's import that from Tanstack React table, like that. Now we have to define this transaction history row. So type transaction history row equal. We are going to use the type that we have created in the API, so get transaction history response type that you can import from app API, transaction history, route.ts. And then we are going to get the type of one element, so bracket 0, like that. And we need this because the response API is an array, and what we want is the type of each element. So if you over transaction history row, you will see that this is an object with formatted amount, ID, etc. If you hover over this type, this is the same object, but at the end it says array, and we want only this part here of the type. That's why we are indexing like that. Then we are also going to type use query with get transaction history response type, like that. Now let's define the first column, so this is an object. Each column has an accessor key, like that. And since we are using types, you will see that auto-completion gives me the properties of the object. So the first column will be the category. Then we are going to define the cell. And this is how the cell will render. So this is a function that takes an object with row. So let's deconstruct that. And we are going to return a div. Let's style that. Flex gap to capitalize, like that. Then we are going to render row. And then we want to access to the API response row, so original, like that, dot, and then category icon. Then after this, let's add a new div, let's style it, capitalize, like that, and within it, row.original.category, like that. Now we are going to render the table, and then we are going to add other columns. So let's follow the tutorial. Now let's go to the data table component part. Let's start by the imports, so we can copy this, and let's replace this with the copied one, perfect. Then let's copy those imports here, so table, table body, table cell, head, header, and row. Let's copy those, let's paste, perfect. Then let's go in our component, and after the history variable, let's define const table equal use React table. This takes an object. We are going to pass data equal history.data, like that, or empty data, and we are going to define that. Then columns, and then get core row model. This takes get core row model, like that. Now let's define the empty data variable. Before the columns, const empty data of type any, and this is an array, equal an empty array, like that. We are going to use this because using just the empty array instead of empty data can trigger rendering issues. Then from the second point of the documentation, we are going to copy the return statement that contains the table, table header, etc. So let's copy everything, like that. Let's replace our return statement with the copied code, like that. Now let's go back to our application. And as you can see, we have a table with one column, which is the category column. Perfect. Now we are going to improve this table. So let's wrap everything with a skeleton wrapper that you can import from components skeleton wrapper. Let's set isLoading to history.isFetching, like that. Then let's wrap everything with this skeleton wrapper. So until there, like that. Then let's wrap the skeleton wrapper with a div. Let's wrap everything like that. Let's style the div with full, like that. Then after the div, let's add another div. Let's style it, flex wrap, item send, justify between, gap to py4, like that. Then inside, let's write to do filters. We are going to do that later. Now let's go back to chassis and documentation. Let me make this full screen, like that. And on the right menu, select column header under reusable components. Then expand the column header section, this one. Copy all the code. Back to VS Code. Let's open the Project Explorer. Within the root folder, open Components folder. Let's add a new folder called Data Table, like that. Then within this folder, let's create a new file, column header.tsx. Then let's paste the code, like that. Now we are going to fix the imports, so we can replace registry/New York with components, like that. Let's copy this, let's replace registry New York with components. Perfect. Then let's go back to shadcn documentation. Then let's select the column toggle inside the reusable components. Let's expand the column toggle. Let's copy the code back to the editor. And inside components data table, let's also add column toggle.tsx. Let's paste, then let's fix the import. So let's replace registry/New York with components like that. Also here, like that. Perfect. Now let's go back to the transaction table.tsx. Then let's update the category column, this one. So after the accessor key, let's define header. This is a function that takes an object. Let's deconstruct column from that object, like that. And then we're going to return data table column header that you can import from components data table column header. This takes the column, like that, column. And let's also set title category. Then let's close this tag. Let's close the parentheses here. Let's remove one parenthesis here. Let's add the comma. Perfect. Now back to shadcn documentation. And let's read what is a column header. Basically, this component makes any column header sortable and hideable. So let's test that back to our application. As you can see now, we have a drop down in the header. We have ascend, descend, or hide. And in order to make this working, we need to add sorting to the table. So back to our component. Before the history use query section, let's add const sorting, set sorting, equal use state that you can import from React. This takes sorting state, then you can import from Tanstack React table. And let's start with an empty array. Then let's add the sorting state to the table. So right here, after the get core row model, let's add state. This is an object, and then sorting, like that. Then after the state, let's add on sorting change, and this takes set sorting, like that. Then after on sorting change, get sorted row model, and this takes get sorted row model that you can import from Tanstack React table, like that. Let's try now, and as you can see, I can sort the column. Perfect. Now we are going to add new columns to the table, so back here in the columns variable. Let's copy this column, let's paste. Then let's rename accessor key with the description. Then in the header, let's change the title with description, like that. And then let's remove this inner div. Let's remove the flex and the gap class, like that. And let's change category icon with the description, like that. Perfect. Now let's copy the description column, let's paste. The accessor key becomes date. Then the header becomes a string, date, like that. Then let's wrap this with curly braces. Let's add the return. Then inside the function, we are going to define const date equal new date row.original.date, like that. Then we are going to format the date, so const formatted date equal to locale date string, like that. The locale is the default one. Time zone UTC, like that. Year numeric, month 2-digit, and the day 2-digit. And then let's close the parentheses, like that. Then let's replace capitalize with text muted foreground. And let's replace the content with formatted date, like that. Let's try. Perfect. Now let's copy again the description column, so this one. Then let's paste after the date column, like that. Let's update the accessor key with the type, title type. Then we are going to use the cm function in the class name, so let's do that. Let's wrap with curly braces, then with parentheses. Now let's add cn, like that. Let's import that from libutils. Then after capitalize, let's add rounded lg, text center, padding 2, like that. Then if row.original.type is equal to income, we are going to apply background emerald 400/10 and then text emerald 500. Then if row.original.type is equal to expense, we are going to apply background red 400/10 text red 500. Perfect. Then let's change description with type, like that. Now let's copy this column, let's paste. Then we change accessor key with amount. Then let's change title with amount. Let's remove this div and let's add a paragraph instead. Let's style that. Text MD, rounded LG, BG gray 400/5, P2, text center, font medium. And the value that we are going to render is row.original.formatted amount. Now we are going to add the filters. Now let's go back to Chat.cn UI, then let's click Examples, then let's click Tasks, and you will see that there is a status and priority button, which in fact are faceted filters. Now let's go to Chat.cn UI repository, let's search for faceted, like that, and you will see that there is a component called Tasks Component Data Table Faceted Filter. Let's open it, then let's copy the content back to our Project Explorer. Within the components data table folder, let's add a new file, facetedfilters.tsx, like that. Let's paste. Now let's fix imports, so let's replace registry/New York with components. Let's do that. Perfect. Now notice that this file can change over time, so if you prefer you can copy the column header, column toggle and faceted filter file from the GitHub repository that I will link in the video description. Then let's go back to transactions-table.tsx, then back to the demo application. And as you can see, we have faceted filters for the category and also the type. So now we are going to implement those filters back to our application. Now we need to iterate over the transactions and extract all the categories. So after the table, let's define const categories options, like that, equal. Use memo that you can import from React. The first argument is a function, and the second argument is the dependency list, like that. Now let's define the function, so const categories map equal new map. Then we are going to iterate over history data that can be null, so question mark, dot for each, and for each transaction we update our map, so categories map dot set. The key will be the transaction.category, which is the category name, and the value will be an object, so value transaction.category. Label is a string, let's interpolate transaction.category icon, space, and then let's interpolate the category name, so transaction.category. Then we are going to extract const unique categories equal new set categories map dot values, like that, and then we are going to return array from unique categories, like that. Perfect. In the dependency array we put history dot data. Now let me show you the values of categories options, so let's add here a pre tag, within it json dot stringify categories options null 2. And as you can see, I'm extracting in a distinct way, and that's why we are using set and map, all the categories within those transactions. Now let's remove this debug element, like that. Then we are going to use the filter, so let's replace to-do filters with a div, let's style it, flex gap 2. Within this we are going to check if table get column category is defined, then we are going to render data table faceted filter that you can import from components data table faceted filter. Let's import that. The title is category. The column is table.getColumn category, and that's why we are doing this check right here. We want to be sure that this column is defined, and then we are going to pass options to it, in this case categories options, like that. Seems good, but if you try to filter, nothing happens. So let's go and fix that. Back to our component. After the sorting state, let's add a new state, const column filters, set column filters, like that, equal use state, and the type is column filter state. The second one, so column filters state, that you can import from Tanstack React table. And the default value again is an empty array, like that. Perfect. Then let's update the state table with column filters, like that. Then on columns filters change, set column filters, and then get filtered row model equal get filtered row model that you can import from Tanstack React table, like that. Let's try now, and you will see that we have an error. Filter value to lowercase is not a function. And we can fix that by defining the filter function in the column. So let's go back here. In the category column, let's add a function, filter function, like that. This function takes row ID and value, and we are going to return value.includes row get value ID. like that. Let's add a comma here. Let's refresh the page and let's try. Perfect. Now, as you can see, everything is working. We can filter and clear the filters. Perfect. Now let's also add the type filter. So back here, let's go in the last faceted filter. Let's copy this, let's paste, let's rename category with type, also here, and also here. The options will be hard-coded, so let's define those. The first option is an object with label income, value income, like that, so capital I, lower I. Then let's copy this, let's paste, expense, and also expense, lowercase this time. Now let's try the filter, so income, and as you can see, we have the same error, filter value to lowercase is not a function. We are going to fix this in the same way, so back here, in the column definition for the type column, we can copy the filter function from the category column, back in the type column, and let's add the filter function, like that. Let's try now, expense, perfect, income, let's remove income, clear filters, perfect. Then we are going to display the column toggle component that we have created earlier, so let's do that. So let's go after the div that wraps the filters, let's add a new div, let's style it, flex wrap gap 2. Within this div we are going to render data table view options that you can import from components, data table, column toggle. This takes the table like that. Let's refresh the page. Let me make the application full screen so you can see the button. And as you can see, we can remove or restore columns. Perfect. Then we are going to add the local pagination to the table. So let's go back in our table definition. So right here. Let's set the get pagination row model property to get pagination row model, and you can import that from Tanstack React table. Then let's go back to SHA-CN data table documentation. Then let's search for pagination, so this one. We have already added the get pagination row model property, so now we just need to copy this div. Then let's copy this div right here that I have selected, the same one, that has two buttons, the previous and the next button. So let's copy this, copy, then back to the editor, and after the div that is after the table tag, so here, let's paste it, like that, perfect. And now, of course, pagination is disabled because we don't have enough data in the table. So now, in order to test the buttons, we are going to change the page size. Let's go back in our table definition. So this one. Then let's add a property, initial state, pagination, and then page size. Let's set to, like that. Let's add a comma here. Let's refresh the application. And now, as you can see, we have two pages because we had 4 items at the start, and each page will display 2 records. So let's remove this. Now we are going to add a button that allows the user to export data in CSV. We are going to use a library called export to CSV. So let's open the terminal. Then npm install export-to-csv, like that. Press enter. Perfect. Now let's add the imports. So right here. Import, download, generate CSV, mkconfig, like that, from export to CSV, like that. Then let's remove the export from the columns because we are going to use columns only in this file. And then after the columns variables, so right here, we are going to define const CSV config equal make config. This takes an object, field separator, comma, then decimal separator dot, and use key as headers true, like that. Then after the history variable, we are going to add const handle export CSV, like that, equal. This takes data of type any array. Let me center the code. We have const CSV equal generate CSV config. This creates a function, and we will call this function with data, like that. And then we are going to call download CSV config. Again, this returns a function, and we are going to call this function with CSV, like that. Now we need to create the button. So let's go where we have defined the data table view options. And before that, we are going to create a button, variant outline, size SM, class name ML auto, H8, LG flex, like that. Let's close the button tag, and then let's also add onClick. This takes a function, so like that. Then we are going to define const data equal table.getFilteredRowModel.rows.map. For each row, we are going to return an object, so like this. And this object will have category that takes row.original.category, like that. Then let me add the other fields. So category icon takes row original category icon. The description takes row original description. The type row original type, amount row original amount, row original formatted amount, and date row original date. After this, we are going to handle export CSV with data, like that. Then within the button, we will have the download icon button that we can import from Lucid React. Let's style, so margin right 2, H4, W4, and then let's write export CSV, like that. Let's try now. Let me zoom in. That's perfect. Now the last thing that we are going to do is to add a column action that contains a delete transaction button. So back to the columns definition. Let's define a new object, ID actions, enable hiding false. Then we are going to render the cell, so let's copy this from here, let's paste, and let's replace the paragraph with row actions. Let's set the property transaction to it, which is row.original, like that. Let's close the tag. Now let's go at the end of the file and let's define the row actions. So right here, function row actions, like that. Let's define the properties, so transaction. Let's type it, so transaction is of type transaction history row, this one. Now back to the demo application and let's see what we are going to build. So this is the row action component that has a delete button that triggers a dialog. So let's do that, back to our application. Let's define const show delete dialog, set show delete dialog, equal use state false, then return, so drop down menu that you can import from components UI drop down menu, and that will be also the import path for all the components that I'm going to use within the drop down menu. So drop down menu trigger, like that. Let's set as child true, within it a button, variant ghost, class name h8, w8, p0. Then within the button we will have a span, let's style it, server only, like that, and this will be open menu. Then we will have an icon, so more horizontal, that you can import from Lucid React, class name h4, w4. Then after the drop menu trigger, drop menu content, like that. Let's set the property align to end. Then within the content, drop down menu label, like that. Within it actions, let's try that, perfect. Then drop down menu separator, like that. And then drop down menu item, let's style this, flex items center, gap 2. Then let's set the onSelect property, which takes a function, like that. And within this function, we are going to call set show delete dialog prev, and we are going to negate previous, like that. Then let's close the tag. Within the item, we are going to use the trash icon that you can import from Lucid React. Then let's style it, class name h4, w4, text muted foreground. After the icon, let's add the delete text. And let's check now, that's perfect. Now let's wrap the menu with a fragment. So let's move this at the end. Then we are going to use the delete transaction dialog component that we have to define. Let's set open to show delete dialog. Set open will take set show delete dialog. And then this will take transaction ID, because we need to know the ID of the transaction that we want to delete. So transaction.id, like that. Then let's open the Project Explorer. Within the same components folder of the transactions table, let's add a new file, delete transaction dialog.tsx. This is a client component, so use client. Let's define the component, so RFC, like that. Then let's go back to the transactions table. Let's import the delete transaction dialog from app dashboard transaction components delete transaction dialog. Then back to the dialog. Let's define the properties, so interface props, open of type boolean, set open, which is a function that takes a boolean, so open boolean, and returns nothing, so void. and then transaction ID, which is a string, like that. Let's add the properties to the component. So open, set open, transaction ID of type props. Now let's open back the Project Explorer. Within the components folder inside dashboard, let's open the create category dialog component. Then we are going to copy from query client until the end of the component, so right here. Back to the delete transaction dialog component, let's replace the return statement with the copied code, so paste, like that. Then we can delete the alert dialog trigger. Then let's import everything from components UI alert dialog, like that. Then let's replace category with transaction, like that. The toast ID will be transaction ID, like that. Then let's delete this object inside the mutate function and let's put transaction ID. We still have to define the delete transaction server action. We are going to do that later on. Then let's go back up. Let's replace category identifier with transaction ID. Also here in the success toast. Then in query invalidation, we are going to invalidate transactions, like that. Then let's change category with transaction, like that. Then let's replace the delete category server action with delete transaction, like that. We have to define that. And then back to the alert dialog, let's set open to open and on open change to set open, like that. Perfect. Now we are going to create the server action, so back to the Project Explorer. Within the transactions folder, let's create a new folder, _actions. Within this folder, a file called delete transaction.ts. Let's mark this with use server, and then export async function, delete transaction. This takes ID of type string. Then we are going to get the user, so const user equal await current user that you can import from Clerk Next.js. If the user is not defined, we are going to redirect, and you can import that from Next navigation to the sign in page, like that. Then we are going to retrieve the transaction that we want to delete, so const transaction equal await Prisma, and you can import that from Prisma dot transaction dot find unique. Then where user ID is user.id, and we are also going to filter by the transaction ID, like that. If transaction is not defined, we are trying to delete a transaction that doesn't exist, so throw new error, bad request. Otherwise, we are going to create a Prisma transaction, which is a database transaction, because what we are going to do is to delete the transaction and update the month history and also the year history aggregates. So await Prisma.$ transaction. In this way, we create a database transaction. And within the transaction, we are going to pass an array with queries. Let me put the code on top, like that. The first thing that we are going to do is delete transaction from DB. So prisma.transaction.delete, then where ID and user ID equal user.id, like that. Then we are going to update month history. So prisma.monthhistory.update. Then let's set the where filter. In this case, we are going to use the day, month, year, user ID key. So user ID takes user.id, day takes transaction.date.get UTC date, like that. Month is transaction.date.get UTC month, and year transaction.date.get UTC full year, like that. Then after the where, we need to specify data, like that. And we are going to expand this object with conditionals. So you can do that with 3 dots, then open parentheses, like that. Then transaction type equal expense. If this is true, we are going to spread this object, and that's why we have the spread operator. We are going to spread this object in the data object. So this object takes expense, then decrement, and then transaction.amount. So what we are saying is that we are going to add the expense property to the data only if the transaction type is expense. Let's copy this, let's paste. Let's do the same for income. So income, like that. And that's it. Now let's copy this, the month history. Let's paste. Let's rename this with year history, like that. We have also to rename the ID, so month, year, user ID. Let's delete the day. And this is the same. Perfect. Now back to the delete transaction dialog. Then let's import this from app dashboard transaction actions delete transaction, like that. Now before deleting the transaction, back to the dashboard. Let's check the year aggregate, for example. And this month we have 220 income. Let's remember that. Now back to transactions. Now let's delete this income, which is 120 euro. Let's delete that. Perfect. Now back to the dashboard. Let's check the year aggregate. Let's check this month. And now, as you can see, the income is 100. That's perfect, because previous was 220. Now let's also try to delete expenses, so transactions. Let's remove this expense, which is 600 euros. Delete. Back to the dashboard. Then year. Let's check this month. Perfect. Now let's try to remove all the expenses from the month, so back to transactions. Let's select from the first of the month till the end of the month, like that. Let's remove this one. And also this one. Perfect. Now back to dashboard. Let's check the year aggregate. And as you can see, we have 0 expenses. Perfect. And now the last thing that we have to do is that inside the alert description, we have to change category with transaction, like that. And that's everything. Right now you have finished the budget tracker application. Now we are going to deploy this application on Vercel, and we are also going to use Vercel PostgreSQL. The first step will be to update package.json. Within scripts, we are going to add post install, like that, and then Prisma generate. Then we are going to update Prisma schema.prisma file. We are going to update data source from SQLite to Postgres, so let's do that, like that. Provider PostgreSQL, and then URL environment variable Postgres Prisma URL, and the direct URL is Postgres URL non-pooling. Perfect. Then let's push everything, so git commit, deploy Vercel, git push. Then let's go on Vercel dashboard. Let's create the database, so storage. And then we are going to create a new Postgres database, so create asset. Let's set the database name, budget tracker. Then select the region that you prefer. In my case, will be Germany. Create. Then let's click .env.local, copy snippet. Then let's go back to the overview page. Now we are going to deploy the project, so import. Then select the project. In my case, it will be budget tracker. Let's click import. Framework is Next.js. Then click on environment variables. Let's paste. And this is the snippet content that we have copied in the storage page. Then back to the application, let's open the Project Explorer, let's open the file .env.local, let's copy everything, then back to Vercel dashboard, let's select the input like that and let's paste. And as you can see, now we have set all the environment variables that we need. So let's click deploy, then let's wait. Perfect, now let's click this button, then let's click visit. Now let's sign in. Now as you can see we have an error, and this happens because we need to initialize our database. So back to Vercel, let's click storage, then let's click on the database, open .env.local, copy snippet, then let's go back to VS Code, open the Project Explorer, then .env.local like that, then let's paste the snippet. Then let's open the Project Explorer again. Then within Prisma folder, let's delete migrations, so this, and also dev.db, this one. Then open back the Project Explorer, then rename .env.local with .env, like that. Then open the terminal and type npx prisma migrate dev. Press enter. We will be prompt for a migration name. Let's type initdb, like that. Press enter. Perfect, let's close the terminal. Now we can delete those environment variables. Make sure to rename this back to .env.local, like that. Now let's refresh the page. And as you can see, everything is working. Let's change the currency to pound, for example. And let's go to the dashboard. Perfect, let's try to create a new transaction. Test. 44, we don't have categories, so test category, let's select this, create, Perfect, everything is working fine.
Thank you for watching. If you need help, join the Discord server that you can find in the video description. If you enjoyed the video, please press the like button and subscribe to the channel. See you in the next video.